how are our viewers? More importantly, I just wanted to kind of, come here and connect again with our viewers. So yeah, I'm so looking forward to this discussion.
Well, I think this is a very important point that you've raised. The viewers are actually confused, including myself. There is a lot of conversation, 1 week we are open, next week we are again closed down, and then we keep hearing news about the third wave, which never came. So I think there is a lot of confusion, and the companies have to restart their business in a way that, the life normalization should happen. So I think there is a lot of conversation on hybrid, and I think we need clarity. Our viewers would need a lot of clarity. What is your opinion, Farida ji?
Okay, so thanks, Ike. This is a very important question. And, now more than 18 months into the lockdown or partial lockdown, open, close game, I think it's becoming a serious issue. Because if someone has been in a job for a while, hybrid is fantastic for them. If someone has been working from home, and they are mid-career, it's fantastic because it actually, kind of ties into their personal aspirations. They get time to do things with their family. They are able to kind of, save the travel time, etc. And they have already passed that phase where, mentorship, companionship could be formed in the early stages because they already have that network. The problem is when, the young adults who get into the workforce, if they start working remote, initially maybe they kind of, find it very exciting because your world is very large. You have opportunities globally, and, you are doing what you were meant to do, but you do lose out on interaction, a social life within your workspace, mentorship, and most importantly, the opportunity to learn from others. Because in isolation, it is, however sexy it sounds, that you can work from home. So you can kind of really slide from your bed straight to your chair and start working. You don't need to dress up, so you can actually, have your probably, your Christmas on top and 4th of July on the bottom. But the point is that this whole thing about, working from home has not only caused a lot of fatigue, and it's not just the Zoom fatigue that we are talking about, but it has caused the mental isolation is becoming a serious issue now. So I think while hybrid is to stay, there is some interaction which is definitely, very, very important.
Well, Farida, I think the hybrid is about going to work few days and then staying back home few days. And in fact, I like the analogy that you described, straight slide down like a slider into your office desk. I love it actually. In fact, if we have that technology with us. However, is there an alternative? I mean, hybrid we are talking about is the most ideal condition, but I don't see this ending. Is there an alternative, or is there a need for a new kind of a system? I think there's a whole lot of confusion is there in terms of what people should be preparing to do. And I think you raised a very important point about the youngsters who are just starting the job. They don't know how the office looks like. They don't know how to work. They have no idea. So I think this is something that we need clarity on. What is your opinion, Farida?
I think, as you rightly said, hybrid is here to stay, because it's not about, reopening and things like that, but it's also that companies probably realize the value that you can release a lot of real estate if it's hybrid. You can have hot desks, people can come into office as and when, unless, it's a kind of an organization which needs people to be present. So while all of this is happening, there is this issue where, new joiners, especially because new joiners, if it's specifically if it's their first job, it's never an easy journey. So some good things that have happened during this recent times is that some onboarding processes have been defined very clearly, because it used to be so. There is an anecdote that I would share. A friend of mine told me some time ago that if there is no definition, there is no product. And we as an organization are selling this product for years. So there is no clear definition. In the past, there was no clear definition of how the onboarding. So there is guidance, but there wasn't a definition. There wasn't a system. There wasn't centralized. So if it's a large company, every country works in their silos. And furthermore, if it's a very large company, then every office in that particular country also works in silos. But what has happened is, because of this whole hybrid working environment, processes have been streamlined. So you get the information that you need on your day one, etc. You're welcome and all of that, and then you do Zoom meeting with your colleagues, and you actually you do that in a very systematic fashion, because there is no longer the liberty of knowing people at the coffee machine, or at the water cooler, or on your bathroom breaks. You don't meet people. So this is a very serious issue. One recommendation, which, and I have said this many times, and I would say it again, that yes, hybrid is ideal, but when there are new joiners, maybe that hybrid could be a little more little more structured for them, so they can come into office probably for a few days. They can come into office every day, so they get to meet people who are on round robin. They get to meet with people. They are able to actually at least give a face to the name, because Zoom, any video conferencing is not like meeting in person. It isn't. Initially, honestly, I have traveled so much over the years that I absolutely loved it, that I don't need to travel. My clients are not expecting me to be there, and they are happy to have these online meetings. I'm able to close deals online, etc., etc. But uh, today, I do feel that fatigue myself. So if me being 20 years in the business, if I can feel the fatigue, then somebody who's just started a year or two ago, who's not even had a chance to build those relationships, would experience this a lot more. And also there's this new culture which has come up because of this whole, hybrid working, that you have back to back Zoom meetings, which is actually very tiring, because, people like us, who probably are contributors to most meetings, you cannot switch off your camera and relax. There are people who can do that if they are just participating, but people who have to be an active part of that meeting, they cannot just simply relax and just switch off their camera. So it's very tiring, because you mentally, you're working again. The boundaries of your work time have kind of, because your work time is gone into your personal space, your personal time has creeped into your work time. So you have that 1 hour, you take that lunch break, and that lunch break, you want to get your laundry done, you want to do this, you want to do that. In an office, you don't do that. In an office, you're very focused. So all of this is unfortunately not very ideal. Some people like it, but for someone who just starts working, it is a very, very difficult situation, because it's like, I heard this the other day. I was having a meeting with a few interns who work with me, and I heard someone's mother actually calling him in the background, that it is lunchtime. Why are you not coming here? And I want you to clear the table before everyone sits down. And she didn't know I was on the call, and I could hear it. So sometimes, it becomes very embarrassing for those people as well. But these are, again, trivial things. I think the main thing I do worry about the younger generation who's just started working, about their mental health. Because in isolation, it's very difficult to scale, to grow, to, learn more things. Ideal recommendation would be that the hybrid probably is a good way forward, but people who just start working, they should have the flexibility to kind of go into office more often, so they can meet everyone.
Well, Farida, in fact, thinking about the old times before 2019, when we used to interview people, we used to ask them question, hey, what is your experience? How many people you know? What you can do for me? I think those questions are not relevant in any job interview today, because, whether 100 people or 1,000 people doesn't matter, because how many people you know on the internet is what matters today. So even if you work with the 100 CEOs, it won't matter, it won't bring any value. So I think the whole scenario is changing. Any opinion on this one?
I think so. So, I would kind of, share an anecdote, which I love doing. So this, A while ago, I actually read this joke where there was a funeral and there were uh, three people at the funeral. And, people were asking each other, but he's very popular. He has 5,000 friends on Facebook. But, so that's the world that we are living in today. Honestly, your Rolodex is becoming very useless right now, because if you are actually, if you say that many people, it doesn't matter, because if you work for a large organization, let's take this example. I come from HSBC. So from HSBC, if I call a client, they're going to talk to me, because you know I may be a very normal person, a very small person, but the organization I work for isn't, and they will talk to you. Now the thing is, when I'm calling them in my own capacity, will they still talk to me? And the difference is, will they still entertain me? So today, that knowing somebody has become as irrelevant as that, because honestly, if you are going to an organization which is expecting you to bring your entire network with you, you are only bringing your LinkedIn network, honestly, because you are not going to events, you are only attending events virtually. So that whole recognition, that connection, that's not happening. In fact, yesterday, it's been 2 years since I actually presented at Slush in Helsinki in Finland, and yesterday I had that reminder on Facebook, and I was just thinking that it's been so long since I actually spoke at a conference in front of so many people, and I don't know if this is going to continue. That actually got us to our round of funding and so many things, and all of that is very difficult to do virtually. I don't know. I have managed to raise another round of funding for one of my entities recently, but that's a small seed round, and I don't know if I will be able to replicate that success for Series A if I have to still do it virtually. You still need to meet your investors. They need to have that confidence in you, as a founder. They need to kind of, believe in your ability to take this business from point A to point B. So I don't know if I can make that connection, over a video conference. Maybe 5 years down the line, when people get used to only video conferences, it could be possible. But I find it very difficult.
Well, Farida, I think extending my previous question about building your personal brand, and that is more valuable. I think that is a totally different stream. We will discuss that some other day. But I think the personal brand vis-a-vis the type of industry that you are employed in. So, for example, when we talk about work from home and virtual office, etc., may be relevant for certain industry, but then there are certain industries who have already invested in capital and they are stuck with those machineries. And there is no second thought about working from home. I mean, there is no way that industry can work from home. So in that situation, what will happen to those industries who don't have liberty to work from home? I think that is a big segment that we are ignoring, isn't it?
Well, I don't think we are ignoring that segment, because that segment actually is very important, because that is where your manufacturing happens. That's where your logistics take place. So I mean, a logistics company cannot afford to have workers working from home. So even during lockdown, most of these facilities were working, and as an exception, these workers were in their workplaces. So I don't think we are ignoring them. I just think that this particular question is not relevant to them. This particular worry is not so relevant to them. They have other worries, because with all of these lockdowns, their capacity to kind of do more work goes down. Their capacity, the demand for their goods probably go down. Logistics is not going down by any stretch of imagination. That's the only one which is kind of boomed. So if you look at virtual platforms or logistics, these are businesses which have boomed during this time. So I don't know, and also I don't think I'm in a position, or I am educated enough in that area to make a comment. But where I'm coming from is mostly organizations which work from home is not ideal for a bank also, but no choice, they have to work from home in these constant lockdown situations. So I'm talking about these workers because lot of young people join organizations, or rather have joined organizations in the last 1.5 years. They have started on a hybrid model, and eventually, they have only work from home. Like in Singapore, work from home is still default. So you can't go into your offices. So I have not met most of my new joiners. I've just met them virtually. I've interviewed them virtually. I've hired them virtually, and they will finish their internships also virtually. And I don't think I will meet them. So, that is the thing, because now people look very different on camera as well. Young people, they kind of do all kind of stuff like putting filters and, makeup and everything. And I don't know, if I see them in a mall, I might recognize them. So there is no connection building that is happening. I might not have an opportunity to kind of crack a joke with them because I don't know them well enough, and they might not have the confidence that they can do it with me because they don't know me well enough.
And I think that is why we must talk about the mental health issues, because I think the development, overall development of a human being is happening in a different direction right now. What is your opinion on this one?
I think it's a big issue. CK, I have experienced, bereavement within very close circle, and it is a serious issue. So, younger people getting stressed out with this whole pandemic situation and working from home is definitely a big issue. But I do see professionals who are, our peers in our age group. I have seen bereavement there as well. So I know of this one person who was doing very well. He was an MD at one of the big fours. He was staying alone in Singapore, away from home, Swiss, national, and away from home for so long, right? I think he just couldn't take it. He just ended it all. And who actually thinks that a 38-year-old will finish everything, will not have will to fight any longer? So loneliness, lethargy of this whole pandemic, the whole momentum of not really going anywhere, just being on your own gets to people. So mental health is a very big problem. There the helplines, in the UK, they've never been so busy. I've worked very closely with someone from NHS for one of my projects in the UK, and they are from the psychiatry department. So they are a consulting psychiatrist in that area. And what I understand is that helpline is constantly busy because a lot of people are calling for help. Good part is there is help available, but not everyone is actually. I think the very young generation, children who are growing up, they might get used to it because they are even schooling in Zoom. So, they are actually doing virtual classes and all of that. So for them, it might be a way of life. But people who are in their 20s, they didn't grow up this way. They didn't grow up in isolation. They grew up with a community. So in the workplace, if they are in isolation, it is a big worry.
Yeah, certainly. In fact, there is even a bigger menace which nobody talks about, sort of ignore, is the anxiety. I think that is also there. In fact, there is huge anxiety among people, isn't it? What is your experience, Farida?
I think I have never seen so much anxiety in the workplace. Honestly, it might be a very crude statement and it might be a blanket statement, but and that my work is that I speak to people all the time, and people are anxious that I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Does my boss like me? Does my boss not like me? Am I actually doing my work well? Because I'm not getting any feedback. Because see, as a new joiner, honestly, whether you like it or not, you are on the lowest rung of priorities in a company. Somebody who's running that department doesn't so while what you contribute is important, but for them, they want to focus because they are also remote. They want to focus on what actually their job really is, what they need to deliver. So they don't have time for fluff, and people are dealing with not just work from home, but they are dealing with children studying from home. Not everyone has large houses, so they are dealing with a lot of things, and nobody is going to sit down and mollycoddle people I mean, things like mentoring, finding yourself, blah, blah, blah. All of these things are not happening in today's world. So it is a big issue because anxiety is of not knowing what exactly is in store for you. Are you performing well? Are you being liked by your peers? Do your colleagues actually, kind of, can they make a connection with you? And it's not, but to all our viewers, I would just say one thing, that you are not alone. Even we, after 20 years of being in the industry, we also experience that. Yeah. And I'm sure people who have been in the industry for 40 years also experience that. So it is, you are not alone. All of us have that anxiety. I have the anxiety because I don't know what I'm talking right now. Is my audience actually connecting with me? Are they actually finding it useful? I don't know. Maybe CK has that anxiety that, what, I don't know if Farida is, talking to me for what reason. I don't know if CK really likes me. So all of these anxieties would be much lesser. They would still be there, but it would be much lesser if we were to meet in person, if we had the opportunity to make that connection. So my thing is that maybe I am not an authority on this and I don't understand mental health as well as I should because I'm not a trained professional. But I see a lot of people, and I think this whole anxiousness has become part and parcel of being in your work life. And it is a serious issue. This needs to be addressed in some way or the other, not wait for it to kind of die down, because otherwise it will become like COVID, where certain countries took a stand that they want to get the mass immunity, and the cost for that was several million lives. So probably this is something which is, the writing is on the wall, and it shouldn't be taken very lightly.
Well, certainly not. I think it should not be taken lightly. In fact, nowadays there is so much information available today that in case if you have symptoms of invisible anxiety, you should consult a physician or consult the proper doctor. And none of us are expert, but I think we can only talk like human beings, where we realize that there are certain hidden things which are happening. So Farida, thank you so much for joining us today and giving your views on how the industry will shape up, whether hybrid or non-hybrid, what are the footfalls. I think these are very interesting questions that we have raised and you have raised, especially today. We don't know how it will eventually pan out after 2 years, but today these are the things which are affecting all of us. So thank you so much for joining us today, Farida.
Thank you so much, CK. I always love coming on your show, and I love our viewers because sometimes we get some very interesting questions, and those are, sometimes discussion points for our next discussion. So, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you, viewers, for sharing your time with us. We really appreciate. If you have questions, CK will have the email ID out there after the, after this show. Please reach out to us. And if there is anything that we can help, feel free to ask. We may or may not be able to help you directly, but we can certainly point you in the direction which can help you. So thank you very much. Wish you all a fantastic day, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And thank you again, CK. Stay well, all of you.
So we had a fantastic conversation with Farida, and if you want to reach out to us, to me, or to Farida, you can use the email which will be published at the end of the program. Or in case you're looking for a job or you have some opportunity that you want to explore, you can reach out to us, and we will make that connection happen with Farida. So I'll say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one.
Thank you.
Good morning, friends. This is Chandra. Neville, welcome to you on Top Brass on day 17 of the lockdown.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, another day in lockdown. But it's a bright, sunny day, and I'm sure it's a bright, sunny day where you are. So let's not worry about being in lockdown. Let's get on with it.
Oh yes, it is quite sunny. It's hot. I think we have temperature of 36 degrees during the day, but it's it's going to be hotter. So I think this is like walk in the park for today at least.
Or not a walk in the park.
Not walk in the park. So before we start our discussion, I'd like to give you some good news.
Good.
The good news is India has the capacity to produce 70% of the hydrochloroquine for the world. And we have decided yesterday that we will give it to any country who wants it to fight the COVID-19 epidemic.
Brilliant.
And yesterday it was given to United States, Sri Lanka, Brazil, few other countries. Whoever is asking for it, we are giving it off. At the same time, our numbers of people found affected with COVID-19 is only 4.9%. So we have tested about 300,000 people so far, but the affected people we have found only 4.9%. So the rate at which the virus is spreading in India is slightly less than the European standard. If you look at the Spanish number, it is 42%. It's very, very high. So I think the lockdown, which is quite radical in India, but I think it seems to be working. So a lot of countries yesterday praised Indian effort because India is a big country with a lot of population. There is a chance that in India, it can the virus, if it's not controlled properly, can explode. So India is leading the way and doing all the right things. So I think in a way, India is navigating the world out of the epidemic. And this is something which I feel we will discuss today about India as a positive news from my side to you. And I'd like to know from you, how is it, it is imperative that India is going to navigate the world out of the COVID-19 epidemic? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a great thing that India are doing. And this word navigate is today's letter N. We used motivation yesterday for the letter M. Today is letter N. You might be wondering why I've got a big letter N.
Because your name is Neville as well. So Neville will navigate.
So this is in my study. It sits up there. So it reminds me of, just in case I get Alzheimer's, as to what my name begins with. So the letter N, navigate. Yes. Well, India clearly are doing their thing because we have now recognised we are a global community. And we need to navigate around that world, and navigate around the world in the seafaring world was because that was the only way we could connect with each other. So navigation really should be very deep inside of us, and certainly in the leadership arena, we need to know how to navigate. So once we've found out what's going on in our organisation, we need to navigate around it and improve. So navigation is a really interesting word, if you like, because you never really think about navigating around your business, but it is, because it could be, if you're a seafarer and you go through shark infested waters, you need to navigate through those waters. You need to navigate through very treacherous waters too. And sometimes from navigation, where you need to go this way and this way and this way, in the seafaring world, they call that tacking. So you use the wind. So you can't change the way the tides are moving, but you can change the way your boat navigates by moving towards the wind. So putting the sails up, taking the sails down. So this could be very important today for your business to understand really what you're doing. So Yesterday, we talked about how to motivate yourself and other people in your organisation. Now, what you need to do is to help them navigate through these very testing times. As you say, India are doing their bit in the world. Well, we need to do our little bit in our organisation. And that's where it falls down to leadership again. Because really, CK, it's up to you to help your team navigate through the problems, and to listen to what they're saying so you can improve that navigation. It's not a common term these days, so it might be one you do remember. I'd like to call it nudging, really, because that's another N. So you can nudge people into action. Perhaps not with a fist bump these days, you're not allowed to do that, but you could do it with elbows.
Right.
So, and we can always do the virtual nudging, the high five, and a virtual arena. So it's coming up to a very important weekend in religious arenas. Certainly today in the UK, it's what we call Easter Friday. So technically it's a day off. It's a long bank holiday weekend. But navigate through the storm, stay home. That's the message around the world. And then we can help navigate the rest of the world through this very difficult time. So hopefully that's helped today. Got you thinking a little bit as the weekend comes. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday and that is definitely a day off. So recharge your batteries at the weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Until then, enjoy the day, navigate the weekend, and navigate yourself through your business.
Neville, I'm very motivated to spend my weekend. I'm going to navigate the list of Netflix, find out what are the movies I have to see.
There you go. Another N for Netflix. Okay. Are we going to get royalties by saying that? How many times do we say that before we get royalties?
I think it's a lockdown. I don't think they are paying us anything. In fact, they are.
Oh, right. Oh, well. There you go. You can but try.
So once again, Neville, it was pleasure to hear your words of wisdom. Happy Easter to you and your family. Stay safe, be positive, and celebrate your festival.
Thank you very much. Happy Easter to everyone out there and enjoy your weekend. And we'll see you on Monday.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and my name is Chandrakant. Today is the International Yoga Day. It is a very important day and yoga, as you know, is very good for improving your health, physical health as well as mental health. And to discuss this aspect of yoga, we have a special guest joining in our studio. So we will start our discussion with this special guest who is joining us from UK. Welcome back, friends, and today to discuss yoga we have a very special friend in our studio. He's joining us from UK, Mr. Neville Gund. Welcome to the show, Neville. How are you?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, very well, very, very well. It's a new week, or start of a new week, and I looked up my calendar today and I see it's International Yoga Day. Did you know that, CK?
Of course, I know because I'm a student of yoga. I have got a diploma certificate when I was 18 years old, and I have practiced very deep yoga during my young age.
Oh, fantastic. And do you practice it now? Do you continue the practice of yoga?
Not now, Neville, but I would like to do that. It takes a bit of time, actually. It's not an easy and quick exercise. It takes about more than 90 minutes to actually have some effect on the micro muscles.
I've got you. I've got you. But let's go. Let's just take a walk back into history. Let's tell the viewers just an overview, really, but where yoga came from, what it is, what it does. So over to you, CK. You start the conversation off.
All right. So, as the mythological belief system of Indians, yoga as an art was invented by our god called Lord Shiva, and he invented all the forms, taking inspirations from the animals. So most of the yoga exercises are imitating the animal position. So, for example, you can be a peacock, and there is a peacock formation. It's quite tough to become a peacock. It's one of the most difficult exercise that we have. And in yoga, so for every animal there are different forms, different different things that you need to become like that animal. And the most important part in yoga is that whatever form or asanas, as we call them, you create, you have to be in that position for like 5 minutes. So you can't form, with your body that animal and then you immediately come out, because to stay back is the real exercise. Stay back as long as possible. So, and that strengthens your body from within. It strengthens your bones, it strengthens your muscles, and yoga as an exercise work on the micro muscles, which all the gyms ignore. So if you go to any gym, and if I have to compare the usual exercise that we do today, it concentrates on the showy muscles like biceps, triceps, your abs, your back muscle, and thigh, and all that. Whereas yoga actually works on the micro muscles which are within these larger muscles. So, people used to follow yoga. The history is almost 10,000 years, and Indian history is also 10,000 years as the oldest surviving civilization continuously. So we still follow yoga, and fortunately, today is the longest day also, and today has been discussed, has been declared the Yoga Day also by United Nations, thanks to our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, who has been practicing yoga from his childhood. So he actually took all the benefits to United Nations and persuaded them to declare 21st of June as the Yoga Day.
Well, that's a fairly good overview, and it's good that the Prime Minister practices this even at his ripe old age that he currently is. Now, the interesting thing about yoga, as you were speaking, it's the micro muscles, and I think, irrespective of whether it's you're going to take the shape of a leopard or a lamb, you're building those underlying muscles that actually allow you to build up the outer muscles. And it reminded me, as you were saying, that I did a lot of weightlifting when I was younger at university, through playing rugby and playing football. We were encouraged by our coaches to do that muscle gain, if you like. But I would regularly get lots of injuries because my outer muscles were pretty strong, but it was my inner muscles, those micro muscles, that were underpinning the bigger, stronger muscles that were pretty weak. And it was only when we actually got someone who, and this was after I'd left university and gone into the semi-professional arena, that actually came into the club and went through some maneuvers, which I now know are yoga. It wasn't introduced as yoga because, let me tell you now, if it was introduced as yoga 40 years ago to a football club, I think they'd probably been shown the door. But it was a movement class, and it was really fascinating how we were building up those inner core muscles and making them stronger. And the irony about all of this was all of my back pain just went away because I'd built up that inner strength. And I think that's one of the real benefits, actually, of yoga, because if you build up the inner core and you build up those micro muscles, the rest of it is pretty easy to do. As I say, you can lift weights, you can go on a run, but you must build. It's a bit like building a house. If you build the foundation pretty poorly on substandard materials, then the house will fall down. So that's why I like yoga. I don't know whether you've ever heard that before, but that's why I like it, because it actually builds on the foundation, really, of helping your body along. What do you think of that?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, the trick of doing yoga is that it does not take too much strength of yours, but you have to continuously doing it, and that is a very difficult part. Say, for example, you talked about rugby. You have to do a pace running. That is very difficult. It looks very easy, but you can't do it for more than 10-15 seconds. Do pace running. So similarly, yoga, when you do things, it looks very simple, but if you have to get the benefit out, you have to be in that position for like 10 minutes, and that's very, very difficult, and that is what consumes a lot of energy. So people who wants to get slim, lose weight, yoga is the best exercise for them. And you also mentioned about yoga being introduced to the club 40 years back, but if you look at the cricket clubs today, they actually train their cricketers and make them play football. You see, they don't all the time practice cricket. Actually, most of the time they are playing football. So it's like building stamina. And when we talk about stamina, and that is what yoga does, it actually builds your stamina. Then there are exercises. There is an exercise called Surya Namaskar. So Surya is the meaning of Surya is sun, and Namaskar is you're actually worshipping sun. Now this is one of the most difficult series of steps that you can do. It involves 7 steps, and if you do one, it'll take one step. It'll take hardly 3-4 minutes to complete the entire regime, but people tend to do 25 times, 30 times, 100 times, and it is a complete body exercise. If you go to a gym, they will say, hey, can you do a circuit? But Surya Namaskar is a circuit, which actually in between you will be bending down, touching your toes, and then become like a snake in between. You're just doing that smoothly like a dance, then come back again, and then go back with your hands going back all the way. So it's a complete stretch. So yoga, I would define is like taking stretching to a different level altogether, and you lose a lot of weight because of doing yoga.
No, it's brilliant. I mean, and these days I do a little bit of yoga. I don't know a great deal, but I will be getting more and more into it because it does build up. It's that repetition, and like I say all the time, any practice makes permanent, but it's only the right practice that makes perfect. And I think that's what yoga teaches you to do, really. It's that right practice. And I think it sets us up for lots of other good things in life. And the nice thing the other thing about yoga is I'm sure you've been in this situation many times before. Because you're repeating and repeating and repeating, you're quite tired after you've done the session. And as you say, if you're going to do it properly, it's about 90 minutes. Frankly, I'm doing about 10 or 15. So my limit will probably be about 30. But that's 30 minutes more than a lot of people do. So, and it's something you can practice at home. You don't need, even today, you can go onto YouTube and there's lots and lots of videos that you can follow from highly qualified yoga experts. So you don't have to literally, you can't ever get excuses. Well, I can't get down the gym. You can do this at home. You can do this during the lockdown. I think that's the message we need to be given to people today. You can do lots of things at home to improve your body, improve your mind, improve your nutrition, and that will make you actually a healthier person and live longer, because that's what we all want to do, don't we?
Well, in fact, Neville, I want to also add to what you're saying is, especially about yoga. It's basically done with for the best results. You have to follow the chants, and these chants actually sounds like religious chants, but in reality, it actually controls your breathing. So you can just remember these chants and don't think about the religion, because obviously those are religious chants. But if you do the yoga properly with chanting, then these chants will automatically control your inhale and exhale activities, and that is best for your best result. Because sometimes when you're doing that, making that form, you have to exhale and inhale, and it has to be done very slowly. So these chants basically control that rhythm and duration, how much time you will be exhaling, how much time you will be inhaling. I think that is a key part of yoga. So even us, Indians don't remember. I don't know any chants actually, if you ask me. But I know the theory that if you do it with chants, it has the best results.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think I do seem to recall that the chanting gets you into the rhythm. So you're sort of synchronizing what you're doing as well, which just like singing, gets you into a rhythm. And don't be too concerned whether these are religious chants or otherwise. It doesn't make any difference, actually. It's just helping you along. But it's a fascinating arena. We're just scratching the surface today on this International Yoga Day. But it's a great sport, if you like, for everybody to do, no matter what age you are. It's a bit like golf. You can play golf at any age. As long as you can hit a ball, you're fine. Well, a bit like yoga. As long as you can bend over, you're fine.
Well, Neville, one more thing I'd like to tell you is that the whole mental health arena is linked to your mind, as we all know. And there is no control. When we say that, hey, I'm CK, my name is Chandrakant, you're Neville. But then it's just what your mind perceives you to be. So you have absolutely no control on your heart and your mind, because there is no connections. You can lift your hand because your mind is telling you to lift your hand. But how do you basically practice to control mind? So in yoga, they say that the only thing which affects, which you can control indirectly your mind, is your breathing, because it affects these areas. And this is a point where there are two lobes of the brain. Actually, it's like an empty area. So they say that this point is most important, where by breathing and concentrating on this point, you can probably reach to certain level of mind control. And if you're able to do mind control by controlling your breathing, you can probably control your heart. So there are people who actually bring their heartbeat down to almost 20. These Buddhist monks, they actually bring it down to almost 10 a minute. By just controlling, they get into that trance, reducing their breathing maybe 3 times a minute, and they bring down their heart rate. And that is why they live very long. I mean, if you look at the people who are living in Himalayas, especially very high up, where you and I can't survive because of lack of oxygen, these guys live comfortably and they have a very long life. When you're probably young, Dalai Lama was the king of Tibet, and he still is. After so many years. When this happened, I was not even born, but I am seeing Dalai Lama still kicking and doing very well, whereas so many other leaders have gone. So I think that is something that I wanted to add here also, as part of a mental exercise which yoga helps you to develop.
Oh, it's certainly all encompassing. I mean, it's the mental exercise. You get into that zone, and once you've been there, you suddenly realize where you are, and it's a wonderful feeling, actually, if you've ever been there. It's a bit like being in the zone when you're really enjoying yourself doing your everyday work. If you really enjoy what you're doing, and you then look up at the clock, and all of a sudden you see that 2 hours have flown by. And that's what this can do. So it's been a fascinating discussion this morning, especially for the beginning of a week. As you say, I didn't realize it was the longest day as well. I thought it was the 25th was the longest day, but clearly it might be the longest day for different parts of the world. I don't know about that, actually. Never thought about it. But it's been a fascinating discussion today, CK. Thank you very much for introducing the subject, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma
from Akulmat.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends. I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. Top Brass.
How did never?
नहीं
4 सेंटेंस तुम्हारे पास तो दिमाग में होने चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmat Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello, welcome to Akulmat Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and in the series of Delhi Sultanate, yet again we are with Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a renowned historian. So we will be discussing about one of the important aspects of history. So before that, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Meeta.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine, ma'am. And today we were discussing, as you noted, we are discussing about Delhi Sultanate. And there is a great aspect is about the War of Panipat. So why this war was necessary? That's what I would like to know. And what made Lodhis to get defeated by a new invader, Babar?
See, after Balban's rule, there was no good successor who could take the legacy of Delhi Sultanate forward. So there was a decline in Delhi Sultanate. And then after Balban, Sayyids, Lodhis, they came. In Lodi, Ibrahim Lodi was the last ruler, and he was a very, very, arrogant type of a personality. He never assimilated with other people in the empire, and in that process, he had many enemies around him. In fact, Babar was invited by one of his cousins, Behlol Lodi, to India to have a war with Ibrahim Lodi. These internal feuds were so bad in India that time. Before Babar met Ibrahim Lodi in the field of Panipat, he already had 5 expeditions in India. So he consolidated his position that way. And he knew about the climate, he knew about all the intricacies of Indian polity that time. India was politically divided into two groups, two rival independent groups that time. The supreme power was in the hands of Afghans, but they themselves were divided. Ibrahim Lodi, the Sultan of Delhi and Agra, was not the master of entire northern India. The nobles of Bihar were powerful enough to oppose his authority. His uncle Alam Khan and Daulat Khan Lodi, the governor of Punjab, were planning to capture the throne of Delhi and Agra. So he knew about these internal politics which was going on in India. When Babar came to India, I'll just give you a little backdrop about Babar. He was born out of Turkish Mongol wedlock. So he had the ferocity of Mongols and the ability of the Turks in his blood. He's a very tough warrior, Zahiruddin Muhammad Babar, as he was known. And he was the person who founded the Mughal Empire in India. Now, what happened when he came to India? As I told you, the political condition was not so good, and Babar had an upper hand because for the first time, the use of gunpowder and field artillery was introduced in India, which Ibrahim Lodi did not have. With the sound of the cannons, the elephants of Ibrahim Lodi's army, they got annoyed and they trampled their own soldiers because when any animal is irritated, they will not see whether they are our own people or they are, the invaders or foreigners. So those elephants, they trampled the army of Ibrahim Lodi itself. So on the first battle of Panipat, it was fought on 21st April 1526 AD. And why, as you asked me that why this battle of Panipat is significant. It is significant because it ended the Delhi Sultanate rule and a new rule, the Mughal rule, started after this first battle of Panipat. That's why it is so significant and important in the pages of history, because completely Delhi Sultanate was demolished by the first Battle of Panipat, and Babur started and founded the Mughal rule in India. And thereafter, the Mughal rules for around 250 or 300 odd years.
Well, I would like to know what is the duration? What was the duration of a War of Panipat? And as you mentioned, the first time the gunpowder was used on Indian soil. So, what are other features of this war? And as you said, it's very important because it established the Mughal Empire in India. But what are new things which happened in the war scene and later on that was used in wars in India?
See, before the battle started, both armies were stationed face to face for 8 days, from 12th of April to 19th of April 1526 AD. And at last, Babur, he started the war and sent a contingent of about 5,000 soldiers and made a night attack on 20th April, but it failed. Then again on 21st April, Babur used two techniques. Okay, these are known as Mulugma and Abara. It was dividing the army like into east, west, north, and south, so that from all the fronts, the Lodi's army was covered. They were trying to take away the attention of the people, of the soldier of Ibrahim Lodi's army, and they succeeded in it. And then Babur's army, as I told you, had an upper hand because they, first of all, they used the gunpowder and field artillery, which Ibrahim Lodi's army lacked. Use of cannon. Okay, use of cannon was the turning point in the first Battle of Panipat. And that was, though the army of Ibrahim Lodi was huge, 20,000 troops. It's a huge number. But all those 20,000 people, along with Ibrahim Lodi, were killed on the battlefield.
Well, when we are talking about Babar and his features about his art, war, I mean, the craft of war, we are talking about when Babar. So it's, I think, very essential to really discuss about Ibrahim Lodi also. What were those features? Though he got defeated, but he is a name when we're talking about that period and Delhi Sultanate. So I would like to know more about Ibrahim Lodi.
See, Ibrahim Lodi was not a popular sultan. There were reasons because he was very arrogant in his behavior and suspicious in nature, which created a rift among the Afghans. And they were unable to face their common enemy jointly. And this was one point which inspired Babur to invade India, because there was this rift among the own people of Ibrahim Lodi and the Afghans. And before him, the other Delhi Sultanate rulers, they were very popular. Like if you see Razia Sultan in slave dynasty, or you see Alauddin Khilji, you take up Balban, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, they were famous rulers and they were loved by people. But because he was so arrogant in his behavior and very suspicious in his nature, so even the Afghans disliked him. And that was the main reason that his own people, they invited Babur to have a war against Ibrahim Lodi. And thus this first battle of Panipat happened, which changed the entire track of Indian polity by ending the Delhi Sultanate and establishing the Mughal rule in India.
Well, as we discussed that there was some chaos in those period, and that's what helped Babur to invade India. So, what are those characteristics of Babur which really help him to establish a Mughal empire here?
See, as I told you, there were many reasons behind the success of Babur. The very first reason was that he was an efficient and resourceful commander, and he had several seasoned and disciplined warriors with him who made his task easy in India. Having a good, capable army is the key to win any war, and Babur owned one. Okay. Number two, his war strategies, his tulugma, and his efficient artillery paved the way to his success in India. Then he, because he understood that the political situation was not very good at that point of time. So he took advantage of that and he struck at the right time. So all these things contributed to his success.
Well, it is an important aspect of history, and it was so good to talk to you regarding this first battle of Panipat. We'll be meeting again and discuss further about our history, and we'll discuss the great kings and the sultans in coming series. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live. I'm Chandrakant. Today, we want to discuss something very, very important, and the subject is about the patient doctor relationship. What is the new skills that doctors need today in order to be effective doctor? We know that doctor sometimes treated like gods because they can give us life, and they can, bring our patient back from death. So doctors are very, very important entity in our society, but doctors also need to learn things. So today this is what we want to discuss, and we have a very distinguished guest joining our panel today. Before we start our discussion, I'd like to tell you, friends, that there is a giveaway. Please stick around till the end of this video and we will tell you how you can win your free gift. So let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. He's joining us from London. His name is Dr. Umesh Prabhu, a celebrity of sorts. He has been director of NHS, which is a very prestigious role, for almost 15 years. We are very pleased to have him on our show today. Without further ado, let me present Dr. Prabhu to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, CA. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I have heard a lot about you. I have heard about your program a lot. My name is Umesh Prabhu. I was a consultant pediatrician. I developed interest in patient safety after my own mistake, and I have now given more than 300 lectures why doctors make mistakes and how to protect patients. Protecting patients, supporting doctors are the two sides of the same coin. Ours is a noble profession and wonderful profession, and we must always put patient at the heart of everything we do. And if I tell you the statistics, I think it will be frightening. But I want you to remember, vast majority doctors are very good. Doctors are treated like gods. There is a study in London. Every year they do this study. 90% of people trust doctors and nurses. Only 17% trust politicians. With that trust, we have a great responsibility on our shoulder, and we must always put patient at the heart of everything we do. And that is the reason why. At present in the United States, there may be up to 200,000 people die or suffer due to medical error. And in the United Kingdom, 75,000 patients suffer moderate to severe harm due to medical error. but that is, most of them are preventable. That is my special interest.
Well, doctor, I fully agree with you. Sometimes a doctor who treats you can be given the status of a god, because between life and death, doctor plays a major role. But I think we forget sometimes that doctor is also a human being, and they are also affected by the emotions and sometimes anger, all kinds of emotions. So, what is your advice to the fellow professionals, how they should control their emotions?
I think the most important thing is for doctor must stay calm. Always stay calm. It's very difficult. If a surgeon gets emotional, he will make mistake and he can cut the artery and patient can die. So most important to stay calm always. It's not easy because doctors are human beings and doctors have got alcohol problem. Doctors have got substance misuse. Doctors get mental health. Doctors have got personality problem. Because doctors are human beings at the end of the day. My advice to doctors is very simple. Be proud of your profession. It's a noble profession. It's a wonderful profession. Without doctors and nurses, there won't be any patients. That's the reason why we must make sure we always put patient at the heart of everything we do. COVID has affected a lot of doctors. COVID has affected everyone. I have lost 40 of my friends in UK due to COVID. And because doctors work very hard and they are more exposed to COVID. And that's the reason why my simple advice to doctors is be proud of your noble, wonderful profession.
Certainly, I think that's a very good advice. And usually, doctors are very calm. What I've seen is that you go to any doctor, they are very busy. Also, they have to go to wards, and they have to come to OPD, and then they have to give, all kinds of patients they have to see, treat them differently. Every patient has a different story to tell. They are very calm. But last 15 days to 20 days, I've seen that even doctors are losing their cool. I think, especially in India, there is so much pressure which this wretched virus has brought to the medical fraternity that all the doctors are now losing cool. Would you have any word of wisdom for doctors?
I think the important, when going gets tough, tough get going. That is the time where your cool is more important because it's not just the doctors, it's the patients. When I see the video, here my heart cries. I saw many patients dying because lack of oxygen. So it is not just the doctors, it's the patient. So my advice to doctors is be proud of what you do because without doctors, there won't be anything at all without doctors and nurses. And nurses are also equally important. But most important is take the patient through that journey. Be proud of your noble profession. But important to remember, you are a human being. As Devi Shetty said, nobody is perfect. He was telling the other day, I saw a video. Nobody is perfect. Wife thinks husband is perfect. Husband thinks wife is perfect. None of us are perfect. We are all human beings. And you've got to do your best for the patient. But you must be humble. You must have humility. And most important, you must understand why doctors make mistakes. Because only doctors know why doctors make mistakes. And there are complex reasons. It is not because of bad doctors. I have come across bad doctors. Somebody sexually molesting patient, that's a bad doctor. Doctors drinking alcohol excessively, that's a bad thing. But doctors must stay cool and must be very proud of noble profession and must say, I'm going to do it. And the doctor must know how to take patient through the journey. And doctor also needs doctor skill, communication skill, interpersonal skill, organizational skill, team working. So doctor must be good at everything, and it is almost impossible.
Well, I think you made some very, very important, very powerful words like interpersonal skills, and I know for sure that you're not working with NHS. You're now retired, sorts of, but you're helping the medical staff. You're bringing the doctors. You're hiring doctors, making them ready for future. So, would you like to give some inputs on this part of your life where you are helping your fellow professions to be a better successful profession?
Let me tell you statistics. At present, there is 5 to 8 million shortage of healthcare workers, including doctors. It is expected to increase to 18 million by 2030. Throughout the world, there is a shortage of doctors. And with COVID, people have realized the importance of doctors. Brazil has got a lot of problems. America has got a lot of problems. Now India has got problems. So we all need doctors and nurses. What we are doing is we are getting doctors from India and nurses from India, training them in UK and hoping that they will go back to serve India. Being a doctor, being a nurse is serving the humanity. And that is what we are doing. So that is what, and I'm enjoying it because my duty is to pass my knowledge to the future generation. And every doctor must be a very good doctor. If not, patients suffer.
So, Dr. Prabhu, let me ask you, are you running an academy kind of a thing or just an advisory?
I work with many people. I do my own Zoom training. I do Zoom teaching. So that's the reason why. Even in India, I'm doing some Zoom training in the medical college. How to be a good doctor. Why doctors make mistakes. How to avoid this. For example, medication error is one of the most common cause of harm. And in India, nobody has done a study on it. And that is the reason why. My aim is to, because one day we'll all will be patient. So patient safety is a human rights issue. And we must take interest in patient safety. Because when patients suffer, doctors suffer. When doctors suffer, patients suffer. And that is the reason why I'm now spending a lot of my time training doctors on how to prevent harm to patients. And in the UK, regulation is very strict. Each year, 9,000 doctors are referred to General Medical Council. And overseas doctors are 6 times more likely to be referred. And reasons are very complex. And that is the reason why prevention is better than cure. I teach these doctors before they come from India what makes you referral to GMC and how to prevent it.
I think this is very, very powerful advice or input or knowledge. I think whatever you want to call it, you can call it. And it is required because the regulations are now getting very tightened all over the world, including in India, where the proper legal bindings are being, issued right now. And while you also mentioned there is going to be dearth of doctors, so that means we need more trained professionals who can not only treat patient but also treat them effectively. And that is where your knowledge comes in, where you tell your fellow professionals to treat the patient effectively. And that is why your knowledge and your courses are very valuable for everyone. Every doctor must talk to you and attend your class.
Let me tell you one important story. Last 3 years ago, a doctor from Chennai in UK took his own life. He was falsely accused of sexually molesting patients. And what a human tragedy. So doctors must know these regulations, what to do when there's an allegation of sexual molestation and how to prevent it. That is what I'm spending time, because prevention is better than cure. And let me tell you, in United Kingdom, 40 doctors have taken their own life. 300 nurses have taken their own life. And vast majority of them are overseas trained doctors and nurses. What a human tragedy. So all I'm doing is prevent these tragedies for anybody, because when somebody takes his own life, his family suffers, his children suffer. And that is the reason why. It's COVID also, prevention is always better than cure. So doctors must take interest in patient safety. And in India, violence against doctors is increasing. It's a pretty bad story. I've collected 100 incidents where doctors have been manhandled. And that is what doctors must take interest in these things. Doctors must work with the politicians, and doctors must always put patients at the heart, and doctors must prevent harm to patients. Hospital-acquired infection, medication error, post-surgical complications, these are all very common. And statistics is very worrying. United States, as I told you, 200,000 patients suffer moderate to severe harm. In UK, 75,000 patients suffer moderate to severe harm. And so doctors must take interest in patient safety. Doctors must be very proud of their noble and wonderful profession.
Absolutely, Dr. Ramesh. I think you have given a lot of information today, and I think every doctor who wants to become a really good doctor must listen to you, whether you are in India or Taiwan or Singapore or UK, wherever you are. I think doctor profession as a profession is a universal profession. You can treat any citizen of any country, and that is why they must listen to you. They must engage with you, and they must learn from your experience, because I think you have already spent so many years, more than 35 years in this profession.
I'm very proud of our profession. Ours is a noble profession and wonderful profession. And India is a noble country. India is a wonderful country. We must be very proud of Indian values. It's Indian values, Indian teaching, which made me successful in UK. I'm very proud of India. I'm very proud of United Kingdom. And with Brexit, there is a very good opportunity for both the countries to grow together, learn from each other. And that is what my dream is, so that India and UK both can be a great two nations and work together. Boris Johnson has already said he wants to do trade deal with India, and I think Narendra Modi. And now India is suffering, and we are all helping India, and we are praying for India. Hopefully, both the countries will grow together and become more successful in the world.
Well, Doctor, you mentioned about the trade deal. So a part of a trade deal came out 2 days back, where there is a bilateral agreement between UK and India, and the value of the agreement is about 1 billion pounds, or 1.4 billion US dollars. And because of this agreement, there will be 6 to 7,000 new jobs in UK, and UK is going to help Serum Institute to develop AstraZeneca and other vaccination, even the nasal vaccination. So I think this is the precursor of the free trade deal, which is going to happen in few days from now. So I think eagerly waiting for that to happen.
I think that's very good. And not only that, UK can learn from India, because India makes medicine very, very cheap rate. In UK, medicines are very, very costly. So there are a lot of things. And if you look at India, India spends, for example, Narayana Hrudayalaya, I think they do a lot of, very highly efficient elective operations. So UK can learn from India, India can learn from UK, and both of us can grow together.
Absolutely, Doctor. It was a pleasure talking to you and learning that, how you're keeping yourself busy now. You're helping other doctors and medical staff world over to be a better professional, better doctor. I think it's a pleasure for the years to learn from you. But this is not the last discussion we had. We will actually invite you again next week and discuss something even more interesting.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You're doing a fantastic job. I know you know Neha. I know you know Neville. They are all my friends. I think most important is when you are very proud of your profession, make sure your professional integrity is maintained. And I want to help the doctors so that neither the patients suffer nor the doctors suffer. And we can have a fantastic, be proud of this noble and wonderful profession.
Thank you, Doctor. So I say goodbye for today, only to meet you next time.
Thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure to have you. And great, you're doing a fantastic job. Keep up your great work.
We have some unique Akulmak memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and as you know, in this series we are trying to enhance the literacy around the digital issues. And since so many people are now visiting the web and also putting their work on the online on the web, so it is, I think, becoming very important to have the right amount of knowledge, right amount of literacy, and also understanding how and why you should use certain functionality or why you should use certain softwares online. So I think the whole agenda of this series is to enhance the literacy around the digital arena. And in this particular episode, I will be talking about the behavioral aspect of the cyber security. So as you know, friends, that the cyber security is become such an important issue. There are a lot of cyber security experts which are guiding organizations, small companies, and even large countries on how to protect your assets. So that is a totally different line of thought, totally different science. We will not be covering the entire cyber security aspect of using the World Wide Web. But in this series, in today's episode, we would look at the literacy part of it and how a common man can be more literate and be aware of what are the threats looming around him and what are the behavioral aspects of the cybersecurity which affects everyone. So that the people who are watching this video gets more literate, more aware of things, and they start following certain good practices and not invite trouble to themselves. So as the cybersecurity subject concerns, there has been several attacks. In fact, the government of India has taken so many steps to prevent misuse of data of the citizens, either by the people within the country or even outside the country, and they have been giving a lot of advisories. In fact, some of you must be getting a lot of inputs from the telecom companies directly saying that, hey, don't share your passwords, don't share your OTP account number. In fact, the banks have themselves started saying that no one will ask for your secret identity numbers. If somebody of bank employee calls you to verify certain things, they will not be asking any personal data, because the personal data is supposed to be entered directly into the banking system. Nobody will ask for this information verbally. So there is so much of awareness being spread. At the same time, the behavior of our behavior, will put us in the threat. So if you look at the cyber security and the behavioral aspect of the cyber security is what we will talk about. So just in nutshell, if you want to look at the definition of the behavioral cyber security, it is the proactive approach to security in which all relevant activity is monitored so that the deviation from the normal behavior can be identified. So to explain this in much simpler language, say for example, if you are using your mobile phone in certain way, but so that is a safe method because you are used to using your mobile phone or your PC or your systems at home in that particular fashion. But if in case there has been a difference in the behavior of your usage, that means for example you have set number of websites which you visit on daily basis, say about 20, but you want to visit something else or you want to use your PC in some other way, that should raise an alarm, and that should be a deviation from the usual behavior of your usage of these systems. So this is what something that is a behavioral aspect of cyber security is all about. And I'll tell you why it is important to track the behavior itself, because if you can track the behavior of your system, and if there is a system in your mobile device or your PC which is tracking your behavior, then anything out of the blue, the system will be able to track and warn you. So if that step is taken without deploying too many expensive firewalls, antivirus solutions, or anything of the cyber security which cost money, if you just trap the behavioral aspect and out of the ordinary something happens on your systems, that should be a very good deterrent from you getting attacked. So just to take this discussion forward, I would like to say that if there are network behavioral detection, say for example if you are using your network, things like your Facebook or LinkedIn, in certain way you're used to using these things, but there is an anomaly detected by the system. Now what is the anomaly? Anomaly is that you actually spend 90% of your time visiting certain websites, and but certain things which are not usually visited by you is detected by the system. That is an anomaly. So usually if you are an iPhone user or an advanced Android user, you will have experienced these alerts coming to you saying that, hey, there is something happening. Did you try to log in into this website? Did you try to log in using this system? Because normally you use some other system to log in into Facebook, but now we have detected that you're using some other system to log in. So things like that. Now there could be a chance where somebody has been able to hack into your Facebook account, but that person who's trying to hack into your Facebook account does not have your login ID or does not have your machine from which you log in. So that is a behavior aspect where the system is able to detect that you usually log in using your home PC, but now you're logging in from some other city and some other PC. So that is a change in behavior. That is why all these systems like Facebook has a built-in security on the behavioral aspect where they can detect how you're using Facebook, how you're using LinkedIn. So this is just one example. So there could be numerous examples of the behavioral aspect. So anything out of the ordinary should ring a bell and should be a cause of concern, and that is why these triggers are there in the network where anything out of the ordinary should be alerted to the user. Similarly, there could be a intrusion which can happen into your privacy. There could be an intrusion happening into your mobile device or your PC from external agency where they are trying to get access to your files on your desktop or on your mobile. Some of these files may be very, very personal to you. Some of these files may contain certain data which is related to your finances, etc., and you don't want these things to be made available to a third party. Otherwise, there is a very heavy chance or high chance where the data which has been stolen from your PC or your mobile device can be misused against you itself. So you have to protect all of these aspects. And if there is an intrusion, for example, a few days back, somebody was trying to log in into my mobile device from somewhere in China, and fortunately I was able to detect this behavior because I'm in India, and somebody is trying to get access to my mobile device from China using some technology. We don't know what it is, but it is against the behavior because I have never traveled to China. So I think you have to be mindful about these things, and there are systems which are giving you these alerts. So you have to make sure that you don't ignore these alerts and you take appropriate action when such an intrusion happens. That means you should not allow. So the easiest thing to do is, if there is an intrusion which is being reported by your mobile device or your social media account, immediately change the passwords. That is the easiest thing to do, and that will make you more secure. So I think while there is a behavioral pattern checking so that anything out of the blue is being checked, at the same time you can also keep changing your passwords as and when such intrusion happens to protect yourself. At the same time, if there are occurrences happening often, then there has to be analysis on the pattern itself. Who's trying to steal your identity, who's trying to log in into the system, and how people are using your data or trying to get access to your data. So these are the things that you should be really concerned about, and you should do an analysis of how this pattern is emerging, and that will give you an input on how or who is trying to get access to your information. And then at the right time you can alert the authorities. The IT Act or IT legal laws in different countries are very, very strict, and anything if you're able to detect the pattern and inform the authorities, the law will take its own course and will book the people who are trying to get into your mobile devices and steal your identity. So I think Number two is understand what are the patterns which are happening on your devices and people are trying to get access to your personal data. Now let's come to the advantage, because I think so far we have covered about what is cybersecurity, but we are not discussing too much in cybersecurity because it requires a lot of technical in-depth knowledge. We are talking about the behavioral aspects of the security, and in today's world, if you are using some sort of a system, then you're definitely putting a lot of information, your photographs, your whereabouts, location, uh, on the social media. And if those are the things which are being shared and somebody else get access to your location, your personal data, your photographs, your children information, the whole thing can be misused. So I think the first aspect is to understand what is behavior, how you are using responsibly the social media, what you are putting into social media. Is it very private or very public? It can be shared in public, or if it is very private, you should not be sharing it. So I think that is the first behavioral change that you have to make in yourself. Second is that you have to also understand, in case there is a out of the blue something is happening on your social media accounts and also on your device, you have to be very, very alert and attentive to prevent that. Number three, if there are pattern emerging of these attacks on you, then you have to understand who's trying to attack and notice the pattern, and at the right time, once the occurrence are more than 5 to 6 times on the same pattern, you have to alert the authorities. Now let's come to the advantages. See, these are very simple steps. By changing the behavior of your own usage of different aspects of the digital life, you will be able to protect yourself without spending a lot of money in buying cyber security systems. I mean, if you buy the cyber security softwares, some of these things which you have to do manually can be automated, and you will be only seeing different kinds of alerts on your devices. But in case if your workload is not very heavy, you don't need to spend a lot of money in the cyber security softwares, and you don't have to if you just simply change your behavior in terms of how you use your mobile phone, how you use your social media accounts, or how you use your laptops, what information you share by post or by SMS, what sort of information you share if somebody calls you, and WhatsApp or any messenger services. So if you have some sort of control on yourself in terms of your behavior, you will be able to secure yourself. And watch out, in the end I will say that make sure that keep checking your behavior, and anything out of the blue that happens on your account, on your device, you have to see and examine that occurrence. So with this, let me end my discussion today, and friends, if you want to comment on this, please do. I will take up your comments, and we will talk about some other aspects of digital literacy in the next episode. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those, because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering. And even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school, they will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home. So they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially, it's the right time with the corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium, even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this. They have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today. But I will like to welcome your comments and what you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and today I thought that I will start a digital course for the benefit of everyone across the world. And the reason behind starting this course is really increasing the literacy around the digital arena. So as we know that the world is moving towards and therefore it is very, very important for everyone to become literate as far as the digital skills are concerned. So in this course, we will not give you any training about what digital skills you need to know, like presentation skills, talking skills, and so on and so forth. Rather, we will concentrate on the digital quotient. Now, before I start this course, let me give you a little bit of background. The course, as you know, is called Top Brass DQ. DQ stands for the Digital Intelligence Quotient, and we will talk about what is DQ in a moment. But in entirety, this particular course will talk more about digital literacy skills and whether you are ready for the next couple of years and find new opportunities. So you see, friends, if we have to look at the industry, we are talking about Industry 4.0 at this point in time. A lot of organizations are coming towards Industry 4.0 based solution, but let's understand what is the evolution and how we have reached to Industry 4.0. At some point in time in the past, it was Industry 1.0, which was essentially at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which predominantly started in Europe. In those days, the success of individual was entirely dependent on the physical skills, how much strength you have, what is your endurance from the physical standpoint. And that is why the success was largely dependent on whether this person can physically exert himself, and that translated, or that quality of humans translated into creating industry which is 1.0, and that industry 1.0 reigned starting from 1700 roughly to about 1850. And in 1850, when people started becoming more inclined towards mathematics and physics, and some of these, developing music, which also require a lot of skills. So the mind power started coming in a big way. And that mind power essentially started in 1850, where people started using their mind and their intellect to started inventing things. So the era of discoveries and inventions started much before 1850, but let's say for the simplicity, it's 1850 onwards. And from that point in time, all these new skills which are coming out from thinking process of human beings laid the foundation of Industry 2.0, which again drained for a couple of years. And so basically, how much intelligent you are was known as IQ. And I think most of us has heard about what is IQ. It's the intelligence question. So the real intelligence being measured started in 1850, and till today it is being measured. I mean, the IQ tests are there, and then if you are interested in knowing more about IQ, you can go and Google it. You will know about IQ. But really, in 1950, uh, the era of having emotions also part of your thinking power was established very well. And when you can control crowd, when you can convey your ideas, you can handle emotions, you can handle objections. So these are all skills which are required in order to succeed beyond 1950. So just to summarize, there was a time when you need only physical skills, and there was a time when you just need thinking and knowledge-based skills. And in 1950 and beyond, you also need emotional skills and soft skills. You should be able to speak properly. You should be able to address the crowd. You should be able to convey the idea. So really, the combination of all these powers that human had was known as EQ, which is a combination of mind, knowledge, and soft skills and emotions. So this EQ quotient was driving the industry 3.0. In this time, there's a lot of conversation about computer chips. There's a whole revolution which happened between 1950 to 2010. The internet came in a big way. Humans sent satellite to the space. Man landed on moon. Uh, Big submarines were created by large countries, and a lot of advancements. The cars, ships, supply chain, enterprise resource planning, music. So it revolutionized the EQ quotient of mankind, revolutionized the industry 3.0 and created a foundation. Now, this was going on until 2010, and in 2010, Industry 4.0 came in being, which is the next stage of human technological evolution. And this is being driven by the EQ plus an additional factor of how much digital knowledge you have. So this is the emergence of something called DQ. So from 2010 onwards, how much successful you will be to get employed in Industry 4.0 or 4.0 will be largely dependent on your DQ. So what is DQ? DQ stands for your mind, knowledge, your emotions, your soft skills, and also your literacy levels on the digital platform. So right now, the Industry 4.0 is driving the entire industry. The digital is coming in a big way. And as we move forward towards Industry 5.0, the chances are there will be AI-based engine, there will be virtual reality, which will come in a big way. But that is for future. But for next 10 years, UQ plays a major role. So every human being has to ensure that they have a higher DQ in order to stay relevant for next 10 years and develop skills which are employable in the Industry 4.0. So this is something, the basis of what we want to offer for everyone, whether you are a teenager or you are a professional or even an elderly person. Everyone has to increase their DQ, and this course will open up the thought process of everyone, and they will push to attain higher DQ.
So what are the risks if you do not have a DQ? So if you don't have the DQ, there are a lot of threats. I mean, apart from a threat which is that you are not relevant and you may not be employable after some time, but then there are threats which are related to children. So, their abuse can happen on the internet, because internet is being utilized by everyone today. Uh, your banking is happening through internet. Uh, your supply chain is happening through internet. Your retail business, your groceries are all going on the internet platform, and also the education. In fact, the court system, legal system is also moving towards the digital arena. The tradition of court is usually was the lawyer will stand in front of judge. All that is moving towards on a video conferencing platforms. Then your taxation is moving towards the digital world, and also the education. So the first party which is affected by this transition is the children, because they are studying not in the classroom, they're studying in a class, but the class is virtual class. They along with their students, their fellow students, they actually attend the class through an online platform, and therefore they expose themselves for online abuse, some sort of addiction, some sort of digital information, fake news, also sometimes invasion to their privacy, because if they are not aware or if they do not have the right skills to control the internet using their DQ, they will be under a lot of threats. There are other things which we can talk about, and we will address those issues during this course. Then the identity theft. This is a very big risk. It's basically you're losing your identity and somebody else assumes your identity. So since you're on the internet, the physical appearance has to be exactly replicated on the internet, on the platforms. So if you don't have that kind of DQ, so that you can control your physical, match your physical presence with your internet-based presence, there is a chance that your identity can be stolen, can be misused, and you will suffer because of that. Or the person whose identity has been stolen will have to suffer the consequences of this. And the last risk is cybercrime. So cybercrime is basically like a war at this point in time, where this crime can be committed using internet against a person or a company or a corporation or even a country. You can actually wage a war electronically, digitally on a country to spoil their finances, to create a narrative. You can influence an election, which will then change the direction in which the country is moving. So there are a lot of risks associated with not having adequate DQ in humans. So what are the real problems that we need to focus on? The real problems are really, first, you have to become a digital citizen of the world. That means whatever you are in the physical form, the same has to be replicated in the digital arena. And there is increasing need for orientation programs to make you aware how you can become a better digital citizen. That means you should be able to be literate to use different systems which are available, like gaming, banking, taxation, purchasing, supply chain, order management, thousand other things. TV programming, watching some sort of content, and so on. So everything has to be done by your identity, and you have to control your identity so that it should not be misused. Second is the opportunity. So more and more people are now realizing that the digital skills are paramount. Even the large corporations will employ people with higher digital skills. So digital creativity is very important. Digital creativity is something which will make the adult population relevant in their job arena. And last but not the least, the problem is the competitiveness. Now everybody is
there was a time when you had to physically compete with each other in a classroom or in a job, for promotions, for making money, for raising funds. But all of that has now moved to digital arena, where being you have to raise funds in a digital platform. You have to you have to study using digital platform. You have to present yourself in digital platform. So there is a lot of competition which is brewing on the internet. So these are the problem statements, and higher DQ will give you solution to succeed. For example, if you are a good digital citizen with higher DQ, then you will learn to live in a digital environment safely, responsibly, and also use technology in a very optimum manner. Next one is digital creativity, which will give you uh, ability to turn your ideas into reality using digital platforms. So if you have a digital bend of mind, you have a higher DQ, you will be more creative. You will be able to come out with opportunities for yourself and for your people within your group or your employees, and generate revenue for everyone. And the last is the digital competitiveness. So since the competition is happening on the internet today, everything is moving on to internet. Even the media has moved to internet. All your TV channels are coming through network. No longer the time have gone that you need to read any magazine or a newspaper. Today you read everything on the internet. So higher DQ will propel you further to become a much more smarter entrepreneur and basically create your impact. So these are the things which will higher DQ will give you. And in order to increase your DQ, see, I am telling you that we are not going to give you any digital training in this program. We will only focus on increasing your literacy around the digital intelligence question. So we have divided this course into 24 different chapters, so that by end of every chapter, you are expert in that particular quality, and you move towards becoming more literate and have a higher DQ. So starting with digital identity, what are the ways you can actually control your identity, and introduce you what is digital identity and how you can protect yourself. Going forward, how to use technology, because if you keep clicking everywhere, the chances are that there are a lot of viruses and malware may infect and probably create a risk environment for you. The third chapter is about cybersecurity, and the cybersecurity can be affected. You can be affected by cybersecurity because of the behavior. Sometimes there are some behavioral aspects that you don't even look at it. So in that chapter, we will cover about that. Then there is something called personal cybersecurity. So in chapter 4, we will cover that. Digital empathy, digital footprint management. When you use your system, you actually leave a lot of information about yourself. So how to prevent that happening. Then there is a media information literacy. Say when you're actually talking about your business or about your subject, you have to consult, you have to basically use media, which is the online media. So there will be a chapter on media information and literacy around that. Then privacy management. Then there is a co-creator identity. Sometimes you and your colleague both become creator of something, and then what is your identity and also the co-creator identity is important, which will give you a higher DQ. Healthy use of technology, content risk management, network security, self-awareness, communication and collaboration. Uh, so these are all different subjects. There are 24 different subjects that we will talk about in this course. Content creation, IPR stands for Intellectual Property Rights Management. So there are a lot of legality around it. You no longer, you can copy somebody else's work and start claiming as yours. So there are a lot of IPR, there are a lot of legal issues around it. Then if you're making a change to your system, so change maker identity, civic use of technology, community cyber risk, cyber security, relationship management, mass communication, AI literacy, and rights management. So these are the 24 subjects we will be covering in our course, and today's session is only about the awareness overview, and every day or every after 1 or 2 days I will be publishing all these different chapters separately in the form of video, which are very easy to watch. In the end, if you complete the entire course, you will be DQ'd. Your DQ will be much higher. Your mind will open up about the possibilities, and you will get a chance of increasing your skills so that you are employable in Industry 4.0. So, friends, I just want to give you this overview today, but very soon I will meet you again and continue this course as I explained in different chapters. So there are 24 chapters. Wait and study all of those 24 sessions that I will be presenting to you. So see you next time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Akul Mac Live, friends, and we are now sitting on a cusp of starting a wave, which we call third wave, at least in India, where there is a lot of new type of corona strains have been found, and because of that, again, we are getting into a situation where a lot of restrictions are going to come. We are all looking forward towards these restrictions, especially starting from travel bans. Within India itself, there has been travel ban between states, and each state has come out with their own guidelines. But funny enough, as the life was coming to normal, the Indian government announced opening of their aviation to rest of the world. Within 24 hours, they were forced to shut down every traffic, air traffic, and they've also initiated compulsory quarantine for 7 days, whether you're positive or negative, even if you travel out of India. So this is disrupting a lot of plans. And to discuss this matter, I am joined by a very eminent, globally acclaimed speaker, Mr. Kevin Cotton, and he's joining us from Singapore. And he's also CEO of No Mining Private Limited, PTE Limited, as they call it in Singapore. So without further ado, let's welcome Kevin to the show.
Hello, Chanda. It's great to be here with you again. It's always wonderful to hear your subjects. You know, you really are on the top of things.
Absolutely, Kevin. So today we want to discuss what is the impact of this new wave, which is now being talked about across the world, and all countries shutting down their airspace, which will hinder people from traveling from one border to other border or even transiting. And within India, as I said, there is a lot of restriction from one state to other, and the tests are compulsory in some cases. So this is again putting a spanner to our plans of growing our business, implementing new plans, sometimes travel plans, personal plans. All of those are now getting hindered and disrupted. What is your opinion on those?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's really interesting how every country is taking a different focus on this and also their implementation. And I think that's one thing, the IATA, which is the International Association of Tourism and Travel. And so one of the things that is really interesting is they say, well, you know, that every country is taking their own tact. And it's very confusing to all travelers. And it's not that everyone is closing the borders, but they're finding another way of either they're either sharing that there's more lockdowns, or they're sharing more restrictions, or they're showing more entry requirements, and whichever. And so this is becoming a real challenge. I remember just in this last week, because I plan to travel actually on Monday, of which I have changed my plans, but I was waiting and waiting and waiting for over a week to find out what Canada was going to do with their incoming international travelers, even Canadians who are fully vaccinated. And so now it's taken them over a week and a half actually, to start implementing what they had said they were going to do, which was then to test everyone that came into the country, and then for them to self-isolate for 3 days until their negative result came out, if it was such a thing as negative result, and then they could go on. However, every country is slightly different. Here in Singapore, they have created an entry where you have to do 7 days of testing. There has to be a PCR, I believe, on entry, but then along the way, every day you have to do an ARTS test, an antigen test every morning to see it's negative. Then you can go about your work. And then on day 3 and 7, you need to be able to go to another organization which will test you properly, I suppose. But I think what's happening with all of this is creating a lot more fear yet again as to what is Omicron. And nobody really knows what the intensity of Omicron. And it's also its challenge to all people, as it's really, really worse than Delta. They say it's much more transferable, but we don't know yet. And I think that's the problem, is this knee-jerk reaction that we have to, we got to stop it because this is the way we're going to be able to control the incoming. But you know what? You're not going to control it completely. It's always going to come in. Somehow it's going to come in. And we have to be very cognizant of this fact that this is going to be on for quite some time. We just have to learn to be able to shift and to be able to change and adapt to the new changes and on these the governments and their regulations and protocols, and then adopt them. But it means a lot of shifting and changing, and it also means losing money as well, because a lot of people may lose money on their tickets. They may lose money on the hotels, wherever they're going to go. It really is a difficult time. And I wouldn't say that everyone, even travel insurance, is going to pick up all of this. So you hear a variety of different messages from travel insurance people. You have a lot of different messages from people that are traveling. It's just, and of course it comes at the end of the year, which is this is a huge holiday season, which is a mega travel time, mega time to see family. And so consequently around the world, we're seeing all of these challenges. I decided to not go to Canada. Why did I decide? Well, first of all, I thought, let me step back and have a wait and see. I know it's going to spread very fast, but let the countries get into the spread and see what will happen. So I decided to wait it off for 2 months and see what will happen, and then head back to Canada. Plus also, I was going to do an extra trip back long haul again to Singapore. But what that does is me delaying it. It also takes away one of the trips, which I'm happy about, because then I don't have to go through more protocols and more PCRs and more possibilities of, of restrictions, and more possibilities of having to self-isolate or to quarantine. Yeah. So I'm taking a place of wait and see and not get excited about it. And I think that we all have to in some way. I know that everybody's position is slightly different, but this is about understanding the flexibility that we need. COVID has asked us to be very flexible, even though it has really got on our nerves, and governments have got on our nerves with a constant change. And of course, with organizations such as, it's really been a difficulty for their growth as well. Supply chains, all of these things have been really put on a really difficult track. And plus also then that increases the inflation rate in countries. And so it's a knock-on. And I think with all of this, right, is that we need to also see how everything is affecting every stakeholder, from wherever you are in yourself all the way to the very end. We never think about the whole span of the stakeholders that this is actually affecting, and on different levels and different degrees. And that's one of the things that I sense we don't look into enough. And that is part of understanding that everything is interconnected. We need to look at all of the effects all the way down the supply chain, all the stakeholders that are involved. And we need to be able to address all of those, even though that's difficult. However, that's where we are at this point in time, I think, is how do we address those? How do we deal with it ourselves personally? But then how is it affecting everyone else? And how do we see it? And that's why I think that we need to approach it from a very sort of nomadic mindset, as I talk about, and that's very flexible, that's very agile, is to take the very big view, the expansive view to start with, instead of a very narrow thinking, of which it drives us into. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. And we need to be able to just stay wide, relax, breathe. Yeah, we may lose some money. And I know friends that have lost a lot of money on their trips. And very disheartening, I have to say. However, what can we do? We have to just rest in where we are, I think, and to be able to just see it for what it is, because this is going to happen a lot more.
Well, Kevin, I think your decision of postponing your trip to Canada is shifted now. I think it's a good one, because you need to be safe. Better safe than sorry. I think that's the way I will put it. And I think you would have taken the open tickets so that you can minimize the losses. But I'm sure there are losses here in any travel, which does not happen. There'll be a lot of losses, definitely. I think there is a bigger loss also for people who have planned their activities, and they are not able to now carry on those plans. And I've also heard that the shipping traffic in the South China Sea has been reduced by almost 85%. Now, that is also a cause of concern, because the Chinese South China Sea is always busy with supply chain, shipments, etc. And there is, the entire world supply chain is coming out of China and going all over the place. So there has been an 85% reduction in past 2 months in the South China Sea. There are many factors, but I think we need to be very worrisome about these things also. And as professionals, we have to be ready and think about alternatives now. So what is your opinion in terms of building the alternatives, considering that the pandemic is going to last for some more years?
Well, I think that one of the things, I don't know about you, Chandra, but from what I have felt and for myself, is that it's really made me think of multiple strategies and multiple plans, and that we need to say, okay, if this doesn't work, what will this work? And we need to be able to agile, to be quickly to shift from one thing to the next. And that's what the problem is with a lot of big organizations, that they're not able to move fast enough and to shift and to be able to connect everything. Individuals and much more smaller companies and entrepreneurs are able to shift much faster. And it is really understanding multiple strategies. And that, I think, from when I talk to a lot of different organizations and leaders and things like that, in large and small, they don't always look at the magnitude of multiple strategies and also the distance far ahead. I mean, we talked about short-term thinking and, quarterly reviews and all of this particular thing, but we need to see the horizon and look at the variety of possibilities, the variety of risks, and not just manage them, but to see them for what they are, and to be able to leap from one to the next. It's like leaping from technology to technology, is we need to feel that leap. But at the same time, what are the multiple strategies? I mean, that for myself here with this particular one scenario, I had like 4 strategies. Well, if this didn't happen, then I would do this. If this didn't connect, then I would do this. And so I never used to think this way. I just would say, okay, here, this is the one, I'm doing this, I'm going here, and that's it. But no, now you have to think in different ways. Are we ready to shift and to think in this direction? And that, as I say, again, comes from this mindset that we are put ourselves into now. We cannot think in an old operating mindset, which might have been just limited amounts of strategies. And we need to think that vastly. So that's my thought on it, is that is this multiple strategies, multiple plans, and go with one. And if it starts to move, be able to adjust very fast. What do you think?
Well, I think you are absolutely right, bang on. But the crux of the matter is that our plans are not working out. Even if I make 3 plans, parallel plans, we have no idea which is going to be the plan which I can follow. I think that is where the confusion in most people today. They don't know what to do. And if person like you can help some of us and make the plan work for them, at least a short-term plan like 6 months or 8 months, that will be a great help, because I think there's a lot of confusion. People are just staying put, not doing anything. They are not doing anything because they don't know which plan is going to work for them. This is my opinion, Kevin. Can you help in this regard?
I mean, I think that absolutely. I mean, the fact of the matter is that we don't know. And I think we sit in the unknown. And I think that is the best place to sit in the unknown, but to have some sort of strategies that will be able to help ourselves. And, that comes from the mindset, again, is that people aren't familiar with that, how to make a variety of plans or to be able to adjust fast enough. And this is a practice, a new practice for us. And with every new practice, it takes one step at a time, many, things that have failed or we losses or whichever. However, we start to learn, okay, we need to be able to jump, to be able to leap, to be able to adapt, to not hold on. And that is the holding on. I want to hold on. Yeah, we can complain about it and we can get emotional about it. I was very emotional about it. But at the same point, I'm going, no, you need to be able to see multiple directions here. And all of them could be successful and all of them can be not successful. But you just need to be able to sit with them and understand the fluidity of them. Something is going to work. And if you just stay put, you stay put. And like I'm doing, but waiting for a moment, but waiting and with a strategy of looking and observing and listening to the environment of what's happening in the news and also travel and also what is happening with organizations and things like this. So, I mean, I know that's probably not giving a 3-point place, but all I can say is that, I mean, at this point in time is for people to not hold on, is to set what you want to do and try to find multiple ways to get it done. And if it doesn't work, then to adjust or stay put. You have always a choice. And I think that's where we get mixed up. We say we don't have a choice. We do have a choice. We have a choice all along the line with all of them. They may not be the choice that you want exactly 100%. However, it's a choice. And these are things that we can control our own choices. We cannot control what the government is going to do. We just have to adapt and to adopt it. And the problem is most of us have a challenge to do that because of our old thinking or our desires or our emotions, which are all wrapped up into it. So I say, sit back and breathe. I say, that sounds really silly at times, but the point is that what are you going to do? I mean, if you can't fly or if you have to go through all the loops and twirls, then you have to go through all the loops and twirls, as annoying as they are. However, remember what it is. Remember your intention. What is it that you want to have happen? If you want to travel, then you understand that this is what you're going to have. I mean, I've had to convince myself of that. And I've done that. But I've looked at all the factors as well. And they're rapidly changing. And I just sort of sit and wait.
Well, I think you're making a lot of sense. And like you said, that there are choices available today. And the only thing is that a person like you can understand the problem and provide an easy path or a path which is most appropriate for a person. So from that regard, if people who are watching our video, if they need any help in terms of planning, in terms of guidance, in terms of how to do things, they can write to us. The email will be published at the end of the video, and we will make the connection happen between you and Kevin, and you can take that discussion forward. So Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today on this very, very vital subject. And the whole point is that the pandemic is going to last. However, we need to live with it, and also not to stop planning. We need to plan always our life towards the positive. Any last words you have for the viewers?
My last viewers are we are going into the holiday season, and it is really, for many people in the world, it's really about family and friends. No matter where you are, if you can't get with your family and friends, that there's always another way on the telephone, or there's also a Zoom. I know it's not the same as being able to hug and kiss them in a really close proximity, but everybody is understanding. My sister, when I told her, she says, I really totally understand, and I think it's the best possible decision for you. So people are understanding, and I believe that they will accept. They're not going to say, oh, no, you didn't do it because you didn't want to. No, the love is still there. And so I want to share with you that my heart is with everyone on these, but we just need to also understand this is not going to go away soon. And that we will need to find different ways to be able to maneuver, to be able to move, to be able to think about these things and plan. And the human capacity is phenomenal. So we're able to do it. You just need to be able to think wide and not too narrow.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us in the show today. Wish you Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays in advance.
Same to you.
So friends, we had such an interesting discussion with Kevin, and the email is published at the end of the video. You can write to us with your problem, or you just want to have connection with Kevin. We will make that happen. And I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmak Technologies, and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And as you know, we are discussing about the Lalitaditya, the great king of India. And we can safely compare him with Alexander, though he is far ahead of Alexander in terms of carrying the empire, conquest, and he was a very, very good king who is somehow not being given due credit. To discuss more about this wonderful king, the great king of India, Lalitaditya, we have renowned historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College for Women. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine, ma'am. And as you know that we are discussing Lalitaditya the Great in our this episode. So I would like to hear more about his conquest, his ability as a general, how things were at that point of time when it comes to army of Lalitaditya.
See, we all know that Lalitaditya was a great king. Okay, and what makes him great is his military skills which he possessed. He had many Chinese mercenaries and generals in his army, which made his army more, superior. And if you see the conquests, at one point of time, his empire was from Uzbekistan to Sundarbans in the Bengal. So it was a huge empire, a huge empire. After defeating Yashovarman, the king of Kanigupch or Kannauj, he headed towards the south, which is known as Dakshinapatha in the pages of history. So Dakshinapath was a trade route. So he went through that route. He even in the records in the book Raj Tarangini written by Kalhana, it is mentioned that he even went till the Ratta Empire. Ratta means Rashtrakutas, which were in down south. So he had the extent till there. And after Dakshinapath, then north, east, then as I told you yesterday, Central Asia, Afghanistan. So his reach was far and wide. About his military skills, if we see, one thing which makes him very, very unique from others, like as you mentioned in the introduction, that we call him the Alexander of India. But remember one thing, Kanchan, Alexander was a brutal, king. He killed innocent people, he burned their houses, his army. They took women as slaves. They did all sorts of things which should not be done in a war. They had no war ethics. But Lalita Ritya and his army, they followed the war ethics written in the Shastras. There are certain set of rules, you have to follow, like you start from early morning, then after sunset you will not fight. So many rules were laid out by the Shastras. Then you will not harm the innocent people. What the foreign invaders did, the Islamic invaders or foreign invaders, they destroyed the crops, they killed innocent people, they raped the women, they took children and women as slaves with them. All kinds of atrocities they did. But in the contrary, Lahitaditya was a king, a general who followed the ethics of warfare. They followed the ethics of warfare, and as I told you yesterday, even his name is mentioned in the one of the books related with the Tang dynasty of China. That means he had relationships with them. Even Al-Baruni, Al-Baruni, he was a visitor to India who wrote in his chronicles in around 12th or 13th century. He has also mentioned about the greatness, about the valor, courage, his army, because his army had elephants, his army had horses, his army had artillery. So all that is mentioned in various historical evidences which we have, the records, like Kalhana's Raj Tarangini. Then we get in this Al-Baruni's accounts. Then we get his mention in the Tang dynasty. So his military conquests were far and wide. Apart from this, if you see, where some accounts say that he died fighting, because once he returned to Kashmir and he built many temples and cities, many temples of Vishnu, Shiva, and sun god Martand, many amenities for the people, like as I told you, canals, water channels, and bunds to store the water. So all that he done. But he was, as I told you, he was a great warrior, and some accounts say that he died fighting in the uh, in the battlefield. He
Yeah, actually, I also come to know that he has divided his kingdom into 5 different segments
Yes.
where they
Yes.
were ruled by different princes. So administration wise also he has set up very wisely, apart from being
And
contesting.
why we should remember him, Kanchan, Raitaditya, but not only because of his administration or because of his warfare, but he was a patriot too. He guarded the boundaries of India from Muslim invasions.
Right.
Because if you see the people of Muhammad bin Qasim, after Muhammad bin Qasim, you don't get any foreign invasions for 300 years.
Okay.
So, because he had that fear, people had that fear of Laitaditya, that no Arab, no Arabian invasion, no other foreign invasion happened in that time period. And because Kashmir, see, Kashmir was known for its richness because it was a hill station, Kashmir, and because of saffron, so many things Kashmir was known. So foreign invaders, they were allured to attack that area. But because of Lalita Ditya, because of his might, because of his fear, no foreign invader had the courage to have any invasion on India that time. So 300 years, you don't get any account of any invasions. After Muhammad bin Qasim, there is a gap. And then after Lalita Ditya, after the death of Lalita Ditya, again you see that foreign invasions they started because his time period is like from 724 to 760 or some historians say 765 CE. But again, then you see Muhammad Ghazni, Mahmud Ghazni, 1080 to 1780. 17 times he invaded India. But in between, you don't get any account of any foreign invasion. So that is the greatness. Plus, following the ethics of warfare. It was not, that brutal kind of thing that if we are going to invade, we are going to kill, we are going to destroy. No, the innocent people were not even harmed that way. So these all things make him great. And the legacy of temples he left, but unfortunately all of them were destroyed by the invaders again, which is very very unfortunate. But he created the temples which he got built. Many cities he got built. Many pillars. One pillar is there which is around 65 feet high, and there is a Garuda on the top, the Vahana of Lord Vishnu. So that way, architecturally also, he built colleges. He built in Raj Tarangini. It is mentioned that he built even universities, Vishwavidyalays. But again, all that was destroyed by the invaders. Whatever work he did, that was totally destroyed by the invaders. Because if you see the San Martin temple, only now the remains are there. So the main temple was surrounded by 84 small shrines. And it is written that in his time period there was temples, shrines in every village, town, city. So uh, cultural growth was also there, not only architecture, in field of this education, agriculture, all aspects he worked, all aspects.
Yeah, so when we talk about Lalita Dev, so can we think that his empire, his history is being systematically being erased from history book, or how it is? Since when he conquered and when he reached with a wealth to Kashmir, and he has, I think, established Kashmir in a massive way in terms of administration, in terms of building great building, architectural advancement. So, is it possible that his profile is systematically being erased from history for some reason?
Yes, 100% it was done, because you don't find mention about him in your history books, you know all the Mughal emperors. You get a mention in our textbooks. Why not Lalita Ditya? You please tell me.
Yes,
And he was such a great king. He was such a great king.
yeah,
He see only in his time period no invasions happened. Why? Because he was a courageous king. His his people were afraid of him because of his courage, because of his army, because of the setup he has done. The Chinese mercenaries, the Chinese generals who were there in the army. You find all other mentions. You find Akbar in the history books. You find the kings of Delhi Sultanate.
right.
All you find Muhammad bin Tughlaq. You find a mention. You find a mention of Alauddin Khilji. Again, he was a barbaric king. So why not Lalita Ditya? Why not Lalita Ditya?
It is quite sad actually because we have in our history such a great king who has maintained, conquered area more than anybody else in that point of time. And then there was also somebody who has, at that time, I think Caliphate was also in a shabby period. There was so quarreling, fighting was happening at that part of the world, but he still maintained and stopped because people
The,
are attacking.
the, the Khalifa sent people that time to India. That Junaid was killed by Lalita Ditya, and after that they were got so frightened that no person from the Caliphate visited India in his time period.
Yes, and I
And
am, yes,
I'm sure I'm sure, Kanchan, many people would not be knowing about Lalita Ditya, before there are videos in YouTube, yes, but it was not a a popular name. So it is very sad.
yes, and I also feel that he in his army, when we talk about his army, he has cavalry, he has elephant, which is included while attacking Kannauj, that kind of areas, and he has a full-fledged professional army where we have, I think somehow we are not getting full account of his army management because his profile, his achievement has been erased, and it is sad. I really feel that we should revive his history, his history of his period, and that is very, very essential to feel proud for young generation, especially to feel proud that we had so many good kings, and we should have that kind of knowledge also that from where we are coming as a race.
and and one more sad part is that we always want to validate our history by Western historians, because when the Western historians like Steen and Goetz, they certified, yes, Lalita Ditya was there. He is mentioned as the name Muttai because his full name was Lalita Ditya Muktapida. So he is mentioned as Muttai in the records. So why we need validation, I don't understand.
Yes.
When it is very much there, till your own historians are telling you, till Kallana has mentioned in Raj Taranjini, Dr. R.C. Majumdar in his book Ancient India has mentioned about Lalita Ditya. And then you want the European historians to validate that.
Yes, very
It is very sad.
right, because I think
We still slave from here.
right, right.
Still that slavery has not gone from our minds.
Right. So I think historians who are upcoming historians should take initiative to really dig out our old, profound and yes, great history, and they should write in the way so that young people of India should be inspired and should enjoy reading, should know that from where our race is coming from, and that
Yes.
yes, that will make all of us proud. It was so lovely talking to you, Meeta ji, today, and we'll be discussing more about great kings of India in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we would like to talk about DQ. DQ stands for Digital Quotient, similar to IQ, and all of us know that IQ stands for intelligence, how fast your brain works and how many calculations you can do in a minute, etc. But in this decade, from 2020 to 2030, DQ is going to play a major role in our success and our failure, because DQ stands for IQ plus digital competency. And this is exactly what we are going to discuss in our program, and with regard to cybersecurity, because being cyber secure is the most important thing in today's world, because you want to protect your identity. So therefore, friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be joining back with my guest to discuss on this very important issue after few promotional messages. Akul Mac Genius program will help you prepare for your upward trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akul Mac Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akul Mac Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmac.com. Welcome back, friends, and we will be discussing about competency around cybersecurity. And for this discussion, I'll be joined by a very senior industry colleague of mine, Mr. Naval Gund from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Cyber competency. It's an interesting phrase. It's not difficult to remember because it starts with two same letters, the letter C and cyber. You need to be competent. So just let me ask you a question, CK. There's lots of people talking about cybersecurity and what you need to do and how you need to do it. And they're all focused, in my view, on the technical arena. You know, making sure you got a strong firewall and your emails are secure and your web hosting secure and all that sort of stuff, which is important. But are they missing something? Is there something bigger we should be talking about? What do you think?
Well, Naval, absolutely, because there is a word called DQ, which is digital quotient. So many people don't know how to behave in digital world. And when we say that, hey, how strong is your DQ, we have no idea, because we only think about IQ. So it's very important for each one of us, whether we are old, middle-aged or young person who's now using the internet, to increase our digital quotient. And I think that is where the cybersecurity is. So I think we have to guide our viewers about how they can start actually understanding where they are going wrong in order to protect themselves. This is my feeling, Naval.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, CK. I mean, I'm all for, technical competence, which is important, but in many respects, in the large organizations, they have huge IT groups that are there to support the users. But it's the users actually that is the biggest level of control, because I don't believe, and a lot of articles that I keep reading out there, it's proven that we're not really very good at being digital. We're not that digital savvy. So let's just look at a simple example. I mean, there seems to be a glut of texts that come to me currently. That's straight MSM. It's Messenger. It's the iPhone's got its own particular internal messenger, but it's text. It's just the old text. So you've got my mobile number, I've got your mobile number, and we text each other. And obviously we're using an interesting language between each other, as I find out with my children. However, the point is, how savvy are you when you get a text from someone you've not heard of? So, for instance, I get a lot from Amazon. And interestingly enough, none are from Amazon. And they say, press here, return the call. Or if you want these messages to stop, just return a message under a particular code. And they're all like 5 or 6 digit numbers, which is just text, isn't it? You sign up for all these things sometimes and you say, text stop to 73958. And you do that. And then suddenly you look at your bill and you realize you've just been charged 1,000 rupees for the benefit of texting someone to stop who actually shouldn't have had your details in the first place. So have you ever got caught, and be honest, CK, have you ever got caught with one of those scams?
Yes, Naval, I will not lie to you. I got caught and I also lost some money while doing that. And, after that, I don't even entertain any unknown calls or any message which I, receive, an email. I don't read it. Without reading, I delete them. But I think the interesting point is that now the, technology is available where it is called zero click. So zero click is, it's like this: when you actually take some action, then you are actually clicking something, and then the malware will get activated and basically harm you in some way. But with zero click, you don't have to do anything. You will not even receive a blank call. You will not get an SMS. And that is where the world is today. All these bad guys are able to distribute malware with zero click. And I think that is where we are. So even though we have lost money, I personally have lost money, Neville, to answer your question, from my bank account, because I clicked on something thinking it's a real mail from a bank. So it has happened to me. I'm sure a person who's not so savvy with IT, what goes on out there, we can only imagine.
Well, thank you for being honest, and mea culpa too. I mean, I've been guilty of it. Not in recent years. It was some time back when I hadn't even thought that there was this crook, this nasty group of people out there that were just out there to prey on me. And I treat myself as being, pretty smart in the digital world. But obviously, none of us are perfect. So this is about why I call it competence, cyber competence, as opposed to digital quotient, because it's just a matter of you thinking, not necessarily knowing that any of this is happening, but what do you do when you go through this process of seeing a text and you say, it says, click here to stop, What's going through your mind when you just automatically press click. And this is before, as you say, the click-free arena, you know, a zero click. This is what's going through your mind. And I think this is where we need to educate people. We need to get people to say, if it's coming from someone I know, there's still a risk, actually, because they may have sent something on without even looking at it. And that happens a lot too. So it's not a case of you don't trust the people you're working with. It's a question of, do you trust yourself? And this is the bigger question, I think. And the way to do this is just to think, especially when you see something you've never seen before. Don't go through this automatic, oh, I'll click here and stop it. Because the reality of life is it's probably going to cost you a lot of money. And the other thing is they're going to get a lot of information from here as well, because it's not just about getting money out of you, as a lot of people think, you know, this malware arena, oh, they've ripped me off, oh, this and that and the other. It's actually about getting your data and then being able to use that data somewhere else. So cybersecurity is a really big issue for the individual. And this goes for people at home too. You know, your kids and grandchildren, you know, need to be aware of the cybersecurity arena, not by frightening them to say, you mustn't do this and you can't do that and you're not allowed to do this and I always have to be present and, you know, I'm going to have your login details and you're not allowed to have those, because I've heard parents say that. And all that does is put fear in children. So they're not actually getting the benefit of what this internet might be. They think that the boogeyman's out there and the boogeyman's always going to get you. And that instills fear, too much fear in young people. So we need to get over that, but work in a smart way. So you've got 2 young children. What do you talk to them about being cyber secure, or their digital quotient, or cyber competence, as I prefer to call it?
Well, Neville, I do the same thing what you just described, you know, scare them off. But I think interesting thing is, today there is a new development. I got an email from Zoom saying that in accordance to the new IT Act of India, they are changing their use policies. And that very clearly, I've gone through the use policy. In order to use Zoom, they have to be at least 16 years or above. And that is one thing which triggered my thought process. I have written to the school saying that, hey, all the students are studying using Zoom, but they don't allow as per the use policy. And in accordance to the IT Act of India, the Zoom is not allowed to be used by a younger person, whereas the entire India is using Zoom today. So I have written to the school today, and we are going to have a conversation with the kids as well about cybersecurity. And the second thing they have mentioned in the Zoom use policy is that there is a regulation on recording also. So when you press recording, the other person on the other side should have given you a written permission. So that is number 2. And number 3 is when you're displaying things in your video, when you're doing your conversation and if you're displaying things like logo, etc., you must have the copyright agreement with the logo owner. So these are the 3 important things which has happened today and done by Zoom by changing their use policy.
Well, Zoom are a large multinational company, and what they're doing is they're obeying the laws, and the laws are different between one country and another, which is always a complication for people that are trying to make communication easier, because that's what Zoom is intended to do. It's to help people communicate in a much easier way, in a simpler way, to do presentations, from a distance. I've noticed on Zoom recently, picking up your second point, is that I'm advised that the meeting is being recorded. Are you happy with that? So I think I've already seen, and again, it's not across Zoom unilaterally. I think it depends upon the version that the initiator is using. But certainly from Europe, I've seen ones where this has been done, and it's asking my permission for it to be recorded. I've always said yes. The interesting thing is, perhaps I should say no and see what happens. Does it kick me off, or does it tell the the presenter that they're not allowed to record it? I don't know. It's an interesting one, actually. I must admit, I probably should. I should do that. I'll probably tell the presenters that I'm going to do it first, just in case, just to see what happens. But the point is, copyright is another thing that's becoming huge. And this is about the digital space of you as an individual. You own your space. This digital arena that we're both in is jointly owned by us. If it's being recorded, it's definitely jointly owned by us. If I've given permission for you to record it, that permission is 100%. Once it's been recorded, I then can't turn around and say, well, I'm sorry, I don't want it recorded, because I've made the decision up front. And I think Zoom, being so successful, more than likely because of COVID, have now really posed a question to all of its school users. Because if that's what's happening in India, trust me, it's not going to be unique. No one's got a monopoly in this arena. My guess is it's going to be happening all the way across Asia, Europe and the Americas. So I think it's an interesting challenge for these bigger companies, literally, to make sure that they're on the right side of the law. The other thing is, of course, who are they protecting? And they're trying, for the under 16s, they're trying to protect them. In many respects, that 16-year-old threshold is a sort of a line where most governments draw to say you're not an adult until you're 16, and therefore you can't think for yourself. Now, that's not being disrespectful to the under 16-year-olds. It's just that's what life is. So just get over it. We were all 16 once. We're all on the touch of being 15. In the UK, I noticed recently, because we had a big vote over here, and a lot of 17, 11 months and 9 days young people were saying, it's not fair, I should have the vote. And all the 18-year-olds are going, yippee, I've got the vote. So it's just the threshold. Don't worry about it. I don't think, just get over it and work with it. But going back to this personal cyber arena, we need to be aware, and that's all it is. So if you see an email coming in, even from someone you know, just make sure it is that person. And there's an easy way to do that. The person normally comes up as someone you've known. So when I send an email to you, it will say Neville Gaunt. So that's a pretty good indication. But when we first started to email each other, it would have probably said Neville at yp2grow.com or Neville at mindfitlimited.com. Until you accepted it and then moved on and, made me a friend. But when it comes in from large organizations, this is where I think, young people in particular, but old people get tricked here as well. When they see an email that looks like it's coming in from Coca-Cola or Nike or, some of the big brands in your arena, and because people are quite smart that are doing this, they're far smarter than you or I, because they're devious. And what they want is they want to trick you because they want you to open the email. And as you've said, the zero-click arena, once you open that email, you're in trouble if it's not bona fide. So here's some clues and tricks that we can give people to stop that happening. And this applies to whether you're in a large corporate organization seeing emails regularly from these companies, or whether you're a user at home thinking that you've just won something huge from Coca-Cola, a goodie bag, you entered into a draw or what have you, and bingo. And the first thing is just look at who sent it. So just right click on the sender and you will see the email address. Now, in the early days, these people weren't that smart and they would have a Gmail address behind it. But now, which is obviously, I mean, Coca-Cola do not use Gmail addresses. If it's a corporate arena, it will be a Coca-Cola email address. But the other thing is, if you now look at Coca-Cola's emails, and you can go online and look at their website, and it will say email us, and just look at the email address, because everyone in Coca-Cola's got that email address. The only difference is it's the preface that changes. So now go back and look at your email that's been sent to you, and you might find it's coke1.com or coca-cola1.com. Or I've seen recently coca-colaprize.com, just to trick you a little bit further to say, oh yeah, this is really coming from Coca-Cola. The reality is it's not. No, so the essence is we can be quite smart about just the email arena, but the same goes for text. The same goes for WhatsApp. You know, you've been invited into a WhatsApp group and it says Coca-Cola. I mean, our focus is on Coca-Cola because everyone knows the name. But again, it's the names that are referenced by you, you know. Is this making sense, CK? Do you see, I mean, have you been caught by that? I've been caught by it, frankly, a few times. And I've clicked through, and fortunately, we weren't in this zero-click arena, so I had to click on something else. But I was caught with that when I was working with the Coke Group in Pakistan a few years ago, and it was just a coincidence, you know. But that's what these people do. They send out mass emails all over the place, and they're there to trick you. So, what's your thoughts on that particular issue? We've only just scratched the surface.
Well, I think in the good old days, as you're talking about, the Coca-Cola.com can be Coca-Cola.com. All they have to do is change O and replace it with 0. So you.
Oh yeah, they've done that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So they can be very smart over there as well. But in the zero-click arena, without you doing anything on your mobile phone or your PC, the agent can get downloaded on your device. And what it can do, you know, from my point of view, it can track your emails, it can track the emails of your friend, it can track your bank account passwords, user IDs, it can also track your locations. It can also predict where you're heading. So if you know, if the GPS is connected with the malware server, it will be able to guess which address you are heading to. So suppose you are on a road, it will draw your path and also draw addresses on that path. So it's very risky because you know, it could be dangerous too for your life and for your limb, because if somebody has planted a malware and they can predict where you're heading in your car or walking, etc. So they can get your location. They can make you a pauper by taking your account, taking over your account. They can change your mobile number and render you completely without any communication. So all of these things can happen, Naval. In fact, we are just scratching the surface. Much more can happen. Your conversations can be recorded. Your SMS can be recorded. And if you're talking to somebody, all that conversation will be recorded.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you know, the important thing here is that you can do a lot to protect yourself without having to revert to technology. So for instance, I mean, iPhones have inbuilt security. They have inbuilt firewalls. And they keep moving on and on in that arena. But if you've got a smartphone, if you've got an Android, by all means, don't think that you're secure. You need to download, because it's a mini computer. You need to download some good malware that will stop these thieves, because that's who they are. They're just digital thieves, and they don't care who you are, how old you are, how much money you've got. They're predators. and they're using software, they're using the IT world to get to you. But let's not be too concerned, worried about these individuals, because there's a lot you can do yourself. And we've just mentioned a few things that you can do, but the main thing is, the thing you should be doing all the time is just thinking what's happening. Don't just automatically do what you automatically do. Oh, I've got an email. You've got mail. Click. Don't do that, you know? Just think about, why have I got this email? You know, even the subject matter. You know, these people are very clever, but they're pretty stupid as well, because they don't know how to spell most of the time. And a lot coming from a certain part of the world that spell your, Y-O-U-O-R. I won't say which part of the world it is, but I'm getting lots and lots of emails saying your spelled completely wrong. And that's the key. You just got to be aware of what's happening. You know, if it's coming from your friend regularly and they haven't changed their mobile number, etc., then that's fine. You can keep that regular discussion going, as long as they're not sending you to a third-party site or saying, oh, look at this link, I think it's great. My suggestion is phone them up and saying, did you click on that link? How great is it? You know, what does it do? Sometimes you'll find out is they didn't click on the link. It was just sent to them by someone else who said, oh, click on this link, it's great. Because it's embedded in the message. And we can get caught with that because it's come from a really friendly source. So the message for today is just think. It's a bit like when you cross the road. Do you just walk straight across the road in traffic? Or do you think, actually, I'm going into an area that is not for me because it's a road and pedestrians should stay on the pavement or the zebra crossing. So I need to think. So what should I do when I'm crossing the road? And you look left and right, and you keep looking if you're crossing the road. That's all we're asking you to do. Think. Because that is the biggest form of security that you will ever have in this cyber arena. The digital quotient, I think, is an incredible term that people have put together, but someone's going to say, what on earth does that mean? We know what cyber is, and we know what cybersecurity is because we've heard it all the time. So it's about being competent at the end of the day. And it's easy to remember 2 C's, cyber competency. And the thing is, as adults, as parents, as grandparents, you need to be cyber competent as well, because your children will need help. And the first person that they trust and look to for that type of help are going to be their parents, grandparents, and then their teachers as well. It's a big subject, but if we're just smart and we think a bit more than normal, we'll actually stop a lot of heartache. Because, as you well know, CK, when you had money taken out of your bank account, it wasn't just the money that hurt. It was the process that hurt, you know? When it happened to me, I felt stupid. I felt an idiot. I felt my esteem was really low. And there I was telling other people what they should be doing, and I just fell for it. So what does that make me look like? It makes me look like a fool. And consequently, that hurts harder than a bit of money being taken out of the bank account. But there are consequences to that as well. So we need to give people a bit of resilience around it. So we're not perfect. So when it does happen, make sure you contact your bank and you actually put a block on anything else that's unrestricted by you normally. And if that means curtailing, things that you currently do, then frankly, that's just tough, and it's a good measure to do. So you need to think of the consequences, because once they've got in once, as you quite rightly said, CK, 0 click. Now they've got the information. Now they've got that data. they can get in again, even though you don't even know what they're doing. So we need to be smart and, don't beat ourselves up if we do get caught, but trace the steps and make sure that the consequences are now curtailed. You're back in control, and that will help you feel better about it as well.
Well, thank you so much, Neville, for giving us all this information today. And I think you're just scratching the subject. And, important thing for the viewers would be to get more savvy, increase their DQ, because I think the DQ will increase only if you start reading about cybersecurity. So I think the suggestion that I would like to give personally to everyone is that start increasing DQ, because the next decade and onwards, the DQ will play a bigger role than IQ. So with this, I'd like to say thank you to our guest today, and we will catch up with Neville Gunt sometime in future again with something more interesting.
My pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody, and enjoy the day.
Hello friends, welcome to AkulMech Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we are discussing how to become a good public relation professional. A PR is critical to businesses, and a good PR story is far more better than a front page ad. To discuss about this topic more, we have guests today, so stick around to this episode till the end to find out about the finer points for becoming a public relation professional. Hello friends, welcome again, and we have a very interesting guest today, Ritu Gupta. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, for inviting me to the show, and I'm absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
Well, Ritu, pandemic is there, and lot of job opportunities are not as good available to the people as it used to be pre-pandemic. So now, but one industry which I would like to talk about is public relation industry, and you are from public relation industry. So tell me about this industry.
Kanchan, this public relation industry is very interesting industry. And if you are, I'll tell you, the growth, the success rate, the new opportunities, it's very high in this industry, whether it's pandemic or no pandemic. The work is always going on. You are always there dealing with your clients. You're always doing something or the other. Let it be any kind of industry, whether it's hospitality, education, or the media industry itself. The work is always going on. And this is one industry, if you are, interested in meeting people, interested in licensing, interested in branding, promotion, publicity, then I must say any child, any fresher, any person who's interested in all these things and looking out for new avenues every day should try to join this industry.
Well, generally it is said that this industry belongs to women, because you will find more women employees, and I feel is that women are more capable of doing multitasking. That is one thing which is being admired by the industry, and I think strategical strategic communication is also one thing which is very much required in public relation, and women are at the best. So what is your opinion on this, or your ideas on this?
Absolutely. I agree with you that this industry belongs to women, although there are men also, and men have done very well. But then somehow this industry belongs to women. It welcomes them with open arms. The reason being is this, that women are very honest. They are very good in analytical thinking. They are absolutely good in giving presentations, meeting clients, communication skills. You know, in public relations, you have to talk to your clients all the time, explain to them about the various strategies. Why are you doing certain kind of strategies? Why are you taking certain kind of course? So the patience level, the way they explain the things with all the pros and cons, the way they, charm the client. Let me use the word, the charming the client, the way they explain things. This is one industry which is very welcoming. So the reason being, they are honest, they are very good analytical thinkers, and they know how to give presentation with lots of patience.
Well, we had been hearing storytelling from my grandmothers, and you must have heard the storytelling. But I think when we're talking about public relation industry, the way the story is being told gives revenue. It enhances the opportunities for getting a mind share and the footfalls. So that is something very good, and I think women gel with this kind of activity. But here one thing which I want to maybe express my feeling, that all the leadership in any industry goes to men. So this industry is gender biased?
This industry is not gender biased, whereas I've seen that women are leading. You go to any hotel, and if you see the PR head, it is always the woman. I myself was a PR head in one of the NGOs for more than 6 years. So this industry is not, they will not say, okay, we want men to head the industry. This is not at all chauvinistic or industry which is biased towards men. It is open for both. And somehow, in PR industry, in many of the verticals of PR, I find that women are heading the verticals, and it is very good. Hospitality, even the education industry, the women are heading the PR cells.
Of course, times are changing, and so is the attitude towards women, so is the opportunities for the women in the business and in other sectors. But somehow when we were, I mean, I am also from advertising background, and when we were in working in a company, and always you feel men leading any organization. So I think that we should change, I think, because women do have leadership skills, and they are very multitasking souls.
Yes.
So that is one thing which has to look into. Now I would like to tell somebody who is a fresher and now who's looking towards getting a job in public relation, what is the preparation he should be doing?
See, any fresher should, if they are looking out to get into the public relation industry, they should have the required qualification. They should be graduate, and they should have the required diploma, degree, certificate in the particular program in public relations, or they can do it in mass communication. And they should have love to meet people. You should know how to sell out your proposals. You should know that, and if you don't have those qualities, they can develop their soft skills. They should develop their good communication skills, because at the end of the day, in public relations, all you need is good communication skills. You should know how to speak to your clients. You should know how to tell the story about your product, your company, your idea you are doing the public relations for. And you should have that go-getting attitude. You should have analytical skills, and you should love talking and meeting people.
Well, great. Actually, as you mentioned, the communication skills and other analytical skills, I think that is always required when you are doing, we are heading a business, or you want to do. And in case if you are into education also, there also you require some communication skill to deal with the students, deal with the parents. So that is something very essential. Suppose, because this is very critical question when I'm asking you, because I am from a advertising background, and I always loved people who are in public relation, and there's a lot of pressure for pressure on these professionals. So suppose if somebody wants to change from one horizontal to another, how it is possible? Suppose somebody wants to change from advertising or marketing and enter into public relation. What is the preparation which is required for that person?
I have seen personally what you are saying. I've seen personally people getting from advertising to public relations and from marketing to public relations. And so this is, public relations go hand in hand with the marketing and advertising. Not much preparation is required. It is just that you should love the thing, your particular project. You should know about your product, because public relation is a subtle form of marketing. It's not direct marketing, but it is helping out the marketing and the sales department. It is helping out the advertising department. So you should have knowledge for all these things. But at the end of the day, you should have your own brains to tell out the story, to promote the product, to meet the client. And at the end of the day, you should be a go-getter. You should always chase your clients and let them know that you do exist in the market. This is what promotions is all about. Whether you are there sitting at home in pandemic or you are not there, you are going out, but your product, your stories should always be there in front of your clients, in their brains. This is the attitude you should have. So good communication skills, and to know how to leave a lasting impression on the people you meet, your prospective clients, your present clients, your would-be clients. You should know how to make good impression on them. So these are the things, small things that one should know. And one should also love, looking good, dressing up nicely, meeting people, should know certain qualities of liveliness, should know certain qualities of making short talks also. These are the things one should know.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, a very important point that you have to be positive. You should have a good communication skill. You're ready to take up the challenges. So I think that is what required to be a good public relation professional. And in the last, I just want to add that the impact in businesses done through public relation is far better and far effective when giving any one-page advertisement. So that is one thing. So any last thought you would like to tell the people who are interested to make their career in public relation industry?
I would definitely tell people that they should definitely try out their hands in public relations, and I'm sure they will not get out of this industry, because this industry is full of activity. It is a very charming industry. It's a very peppy industry. Things never die out. You're always trying out the new strategies. You're always living up to the present time, whatever the situation may be. And that's the challenge of this industry. And people who are in this industry love taking up these challenges. So I will tell people to definitely try their hands. They will never leave the industry.
Well, it was so lovely to talk to you and get your insight about the industry and how people can join public relation and make their career, and maybe people who have deemed to be a PR professional. I think this is the way which is being told and discussed by Ritu today. So we'll meet Ritu again in the next episode. Till then, bye-bye, yes. And you take care.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today in Doctor Speak, we will talk about a very deadly disease called typhoid, and it gives a lot of fever, very high fever usually when you contract typhoid, and many times people are not aware of simple things that you can do to provide solace to the patient and reduce the threat of typhoid. So before we start our discussion today, a word on our giveaway. Akulmac works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today we want to discuss about typhoid, and let me introduce our guest. She's joining from Shimla. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Pooja to you.
Greetings, CK. I hope you're doing all fine. Thank you so much for the generous introduction.
Everything well, and I think our viewers and myself would like to know more about typhoid. And I think it's a very scary type of disease, and whenever there is a typhoid, people get scared. So I think you can clarify some of these doubts today.
Yes, CK. Absolutely. It is a scary disease if it is not catered timely, for sure. But if it is catered timely with the right uh, kind of treatment, it is not that scary as well. But typhoid, as we all know, it normally comes whenever the weather changes there from the uh, winters to summer patch. But it is not because of the weather change, it's because of the unhygienic habits that we tend to follow, and it leads to the typhoid fever itself. So, typhoid is basically a bacterial disorder or a disease which is caused by Salmonella typhi, which is one of the serotype of the Salmonella enterica bacteria. So, it has got different serotypes and they tend to affect the liver very, very dramatically. So, typhoid is one of the manifestation in which the Salmonella typhi, to be on a very, very understandable note, that it is a bacterial disease. It is called by the Salmonella typhi, and it usually comes or is caused only because of one reason, that is the unhygiene that we tend to follow. So the typhoid can actually spread by the oral fecal route, that we are pretty much aware of, that in case there are some kind of already pre-existing bacteria of the salmonella which are present in the food, and if the unhygienic habits are followed, like for example, not washing the hands before preparing the meals or the food, you can say, so it tends to travel from one individual to the another. And it can happen, CK, the individual who is actually a carrier can be a chronic carrier. So he or she might not be having the clear cut indicators for the typhoid, but they become a good mode of transmission for the other humans. So it is very important to follow the very, very clear cut hygienic guidelines, especially considering the COVID pandemic that is going on right now. So it is the fecal oral route that is the main one of the main reasons why it spreads. Contaminated water that we tend to drink from any of the sources, specifically golgappas. During this particular season, summer, it is relished a lot. But please consider the COVID pandemic and the typhoid also. It tends to affect the gut system of the human dramatically. So it can lead to, if we come to the sign and symptoms, it leads to very high fever, but it's not that it happens abruptly. There's a slight fever that comes, and gradually it increases to a very high temperature. So normally the fever that we speak about in typhoid is the step ladder fever. Now, if we look at a ladder, there is a slight rises there, then it tends to stay there for some time, and then again the slight rises there. Same is there with the typhoid. Unlike the other fever that comes during this particular season. So this is a very clear cut indicator that it can be because of the typhoid. So there's a step ladder, slight gradual rise of the fever is noticed in the individual, along with other symptoms like headache, profuse diarrheal disorders can also come up along with it. And in some cases, it has been seen that the constipation tends to happen. But since the diarrhea is more remarked in such cases, so we say that the fever, diarrhea, colic in the abdomen, headache, if somebody tends to feel the weakness, lethargy, there are dramatic changes in the diet also, in the appetite level. So these are the clear-cut indicators that the individual is having the typhoid fever. But uh, there are some cases, as you correctly mentioned, it can actually become a very, very severe disease in itself. So we have to be very clear about whenever the fever starts and just observe it for 2 to 3 days. If it is accompanied by all the signs and symptoms I just shared with you, then it is a time when you should ideally be seeing the doctor. It's very important to see the doctor on time, to get the treatment on time, and follow the protocol, especially hygiene factors for sure, and the diet also, because one tends to undergo tremendous weight loss in typhoid as well. So it's very important, crucial to focus on the diet. So these are some of the signs and symptoms which can lead to severe, you can say later on, results if not catered properly, right on time with right kind of treatment. There's one more aspect, CK, I would like to add that we all are aware that antibiotics is usually given to treat the typhoid. But there is one more thing that we should, in fact, couple of things we should be very precise about. First is the kind of the diet we are taking if somebody is diagnosed with typhoid. So the first part is I basically divide the food into two different categories. First is to maintain the hygiene, the kind of hygiene we tend to maintain for the kind of the food we cook at home. So, considering the pandemic that is going on, I personally suggest to soak your vegetables and fruit for 30 odd minutes in, you can say, filtered or RO water. And after that, you can, wash it. So, pre soaking of vegetables and fruits is very much required to take out all the bacteria and you can say to extent of some other pathogens as well. And then you wash it and then you can just cook it nicely. So, avoid as much raw food as you can. It is very important. It's difficult for the body also to digest, and it can definitely contain any amount of pathogens. So, do not neglect the hygiene factors that are to be followed. So, this is the first thing about the food, and the second is the preparation part of the food and the kind of food we should be taking. So, I highly recommend to go for the moong dal. I am just considering the Indian population and the kind of food we usually take every day. So, moong dal is one of the best uh, can say source of instant energy for people having the typhoid. They can have mild chicken soups, and they need to have a high calorie diet. With high calorie diet, I don't mean to take on, chocolates or on all this stuff. Better replace them with honey. Go on a high carb diet as well. There has to be a minimal intake of the fat. As such, the liver tends to suffer in typhoid, so we can't overexert it with add-on of food products like that are rich in fat. So try to avoid fat, try to avoid chili, and if somebody is a tea or coffee drinker, I recommend them to, if they can just lower their intake, since it's a habit, we can't avoid it. So if they can lower the intake. So more of moong dal soup, more of veggies, more of fruits that are rich in fluids. Why this is a big question, because in typhoid we tend to lose the uh, you can say fluid level of the body. It has to be replenished with the high and a good and a very smart way of fluid intake or the hydration we tend to take. So sipping water every time will not help to compensate for the fluid that we tend to lose, or you can say a solution for the dehydration. The better thing is to take the lemonades, take the buttermilk or lassi that it's very apt for the season. Curd one can have, fruits that are rich in water content like watermelon. It's a seasonal fruit. So these kind of replacement of the fluid, or you can say hydration components for the body, are much better than what we tend to take it otherwise. So I had a couple of days back, I had a case, CK, of the typhoid fever. So the person asked me, can I take the energy drinks? So, so this is what I'm highlighting this point. Please don't go for the synthetic form of the hydration. Go for the more organic or the season friendly hydration tips that I've just cited with you. Go for that. And hygiene, definitely. Please wash your hands as frequently as you can, specifically during this COVID and the typhoid season that is about to come. So wash hands, take bath every day, be on a very good light diet, which is less in fat, and avoid food from the market for sure. That is the first recommendation. Again, the COVID also. But considering the typhoid can actually turn out to be a very severe kind of disease, and it can end somebody's life very easily in just couple of weeks span. So it's very important to have uh, food from the home. There's one tip for people who tend to travel. Now, considering COVID, since not much of the traveling is there, but whenever the people are traveling, try to carry your own bottle of buttermilk, or you can say lemonade or water, or washed fruits that you have done at your home. So all these recommended things are uh, there from my end. So be very precise with the hygiene. That is one of the mantra for to cater for typhoid.
Well, I think, Doctor, you have explained the whole thing in a very nice way. I think you have emphasized the importance of being hygiene, being hygienic, wash your hands, and regularly, make sure that you're eating the right kind of food and things like that. However, I have one question, which is. Usually typhoid comes through what? Is it a waterborne disease? Is it an airborne disease? Or is it because of the wrong food that we are having, or not hygienic food? What is the cause of the typhoid?
See, the cause of typhoid, CK, is very clear cut. First is having unhygienic food or stale food, or getting exposed to the kind of food we tend to take or tend to bring from the market, and we don't wash it properly. So fecal oral route, you can say, is one of the factors from where the transmission of the bacteria happens. If somebody, for example, is a restaurant owner, is already having a typhoid and can be a chronic carrier of the typhoid bacteria as well, so he or she might not be having any indicators. So, but if unhygienic protocols are being followed there, so hands are not washed properly and the veggies are not uh, washed properly, it tends to happen that the transmission of the bacteria happens to the other individuals who are consuming that particular food. So it is a fecal oral route basically which happens, and the contamination can happen via food, it can happen by water, or you can say any kind of fluid intake. It is not airborne for sure, but the main thing is to follow the hygiene protocol. That is very important.
I think you have emphasized this point quite emphatically, that the hygiene of yourself and the right quality of food you have to take. And you also mentioned some tips like washing the vegetables and soaking them before you actually start, storing them in your refrigerator. So I have a question related to that, and that question is about you when you soak your fruits and vegetable, is it the plain water that you're supposed to soak, or you need to add some additive like salt, or something like that, or plain water is sufficient to kill the bacteria?
May I answer the question? Acha. Uh, yes. So, CK, first is to pre-soak your veggies and fruits for 30 odd minutes. It can happen in the normal water as well as in the RO water. But considering the kind of water pollution level is there in your own city, for like in Shimla, the water is of very good quality, to be very frank, and in fact, it is applicable in all the hills area. So just soaking the veggies in normal RO water will suffice the need. It will not kill the bacteria, but it can happen that if you wash it properly, it tends to take off the pathogens from that particular thing. But considering the metro where the water pollution and air pollution is on real high, so I'll not recommend, because that water source can be one of the reason for the transmission of the typhoid as well. So I'll recommend people have ROs at their home. If they don't have, just lukewarm the water a little bit. Soak your veggies and fruits for maybe 10 odd minutes if it is a lukewarm water, and then you can rinse it off nicely in the water and just store them.
Thank you for this very important tip, Dr. Pooja. And I think the last question that I have is about drinking a lot of pulses and soups. And you also mentioned a little bit non-vegetarian. If they can, if vegetarians are there, they can have a moong dal. And if non-vegetarians are there, they can have the light soups based on their choice. So why moong dal? Is there a logic behind only moong dal? Why not any other dal?
Yeah. That's a very good question, CK. That's a very good question, CK. Why I normally insist a lot on moong dal is, first is that it is a very economically viable option for all these starters. Secondly, it takes hardly any time to cook. Very easy preparation is there of the same. It is very high in protein content also. It's easily digestible. You don't feel bloated after having moong dal. If you compare it with the other dals in which the content is little high of the amino acids as well, so the individual tends to feel the bloatedness. But with the moong dal, the digestion is very easy. I think it is very taste friendly for the Indian tongue as well, and it tends to provide the instant energy also. And the preparation time is hardly anything. So even if somebody is living alone in a metro, they can do it by themselves rather than going for the synthetic options of the soup. It is very easy to make, a very good source of, you can say, essential elements and protein levels that we require, and it is very light. Very, it takes hardly any time to get digested in the body.
I think, friends, we don't have to get scared if we are diagnosed with typhoid, because as doctor said, we have to change our diet a little bit. We have to be very careful with our hygiene, and we have to shift to a diet which is easily digestible. So, Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for coming to our show and explaining this very beautifully, very nicely to people in very easy to understand steps about this deadly disease. So thank you so much.
Thank you, CK. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And we will catch up next time again with some other medical tips in the next show of Doctor Speak. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Branding for Beginners, and why this subject is so important and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business.
especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money. So all of that is very, very important when you start your business. And often this aspect of doing business is ignored, because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development, or solution development. And then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is the course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature. Even perception can create a branding impact on the society. And the brand is then attached. So you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger. It creates a much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And when we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. One of the methods is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand which is getting associated to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand, or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding, and I have taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say for example, if you are
well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you're a very good trainer. So you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own, your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value. And if it is not, then you should try to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product. So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufactures Mercedes. The company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. That's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. For example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. And about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend, the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true. Nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves
it is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions, it's about knowledge based assessment, data collection, what is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So, which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up. The Gartner, as a analyst, will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like Just Dial. If you dial Just Dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves which are very, very specific to themselves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call Just Dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is a service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, they provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony, it never breaks. You have engineer always available and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now, a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. The Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, the brand has an impact on the product, even though if they make salt. So a simple thing like salt, if you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. For example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata, then Adani, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing groundbreaking work and lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, hi, I'm working with Reliance, that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company, and hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata, I'm dealing with Adani's, I'm dealing with Kirloskar, the brands has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is won if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASSCOM is a good example. Now NASSCOM has to um also promote their services for the sake of selling, helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASSCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage if I go to NASSCOM? What will I get if I pay their annual fee? What do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASSCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand, that if I go to NASSCOM and not anybody else, uh, there is always a competition between different NASSCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASSCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly, faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASSCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job, but there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time, but nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website, and the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. Search. You can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind it's called Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company, but the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs it, and if you don't do branding, you are not going anywhere. Whether you are a forum, you are a website, you are a company, you are a country, you are a region, or you are an individual. So you need to work on your brand first. I mean, when you start your company, even if you are a trainer, you need to develop your brand. Very important point that I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch uh, your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are one or two will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on who can be your customer. So, one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ, reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, it will result in a something which will become sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you are not going in any other direction, because the market is such that there is always competition. And then when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, anything that your extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage. And what is the reason that the customers stick around with you? That you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from let's say a Japanese car, people know that you don't never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down, it will give you comfort, it will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation, that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding. Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you are saying I am best quality, and then the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that, hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement, in the field, and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar equal product from Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not a easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as compared to other players in the market. So your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. You cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind, so that say for example you're selling like a fountain pen, and you know that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now you have exhausted your client list by selling 100 fountain pen in previous month. So what will you do in the next month? You know that I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding. You have done everything. So as a growth of the company is now stopped. You have developed, you have reached the market cap. In that market area, you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a 3-wheeler, and then they come out with a 4-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank and he will give it a fixed deposit, which will give him 10% or 8% yield. Now with that kind of investment, he is not going to make 2 million. I mean, he can make 2 million, it will take him 10 years. So you have to offer something which is better than what the bank can offer. So obviously you have to give some very attractive figures. If you give me money, I will give you a return on investment like this. I will make sure that in 2 years you will double it. So now this is very important. If your product sales are also branded, that hey, you have grown like this, you are $100,000, now you are $1 million. So obviously you're growing, and this kind of branding can help you find investors. So when you get investment capital, the chances are that your company will thrive, and then you can look at new avenues, expanding markets, opening new offices, hiring new people, building a infrastructure for manufacturing. There could be endless supply of capital. And if you don't do this branding around the growth element of your company, innovation, growth, customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you. They will find some other avenue, and that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who's going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply. So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There is no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at. It's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame for themselves, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and then after 6 months they lose a lot of money, and they run the company without any business. So I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business, where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? And many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to buy, you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it. But when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulation may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you're not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may think, you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself. And that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company. So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers, and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section. Which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will define that you know each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. Now if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturer, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client, So if you convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? Somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client. So your branding is related to those clients. You produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment, where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. For instance, let's take another example. Rolls-Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls-Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. You simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important that if you have a Rolls Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than let's say Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media. And they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, so each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients, or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media. But in all of that, you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now, if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to talk about, you cannot talk about your products. When you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture. Then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems, what kind of job satisfaction you give, what are the growth prospects for Tata, what is the the place in society you build for your employees, are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company. So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and extra, you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself, you have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about things like, you know, you are doing some course, you have done your Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard. That can be a star in your personal branding. Or you've gone on a whitewater rafting. Every year you go, so you are a sportsman. That can be a brand. Um, Now, this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding, and it doesn't matter even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter, but you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have you sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand, and your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very very important, because if you are known if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company, so they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. You know, his personal brand is so huge, his company brand is also big, but his brand, I mean, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company, but then he has other personalities. You know, he talks in other forum, and he is indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. You know, there are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind, because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer, because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very very important. If you are a professor with 30 years experience, that is driving your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle, or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier, you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you are building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick on to you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick on to you. And then after some time, your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine. But you are the best person to decide. But then your branding the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having X number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the things which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else, you need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. What is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you are a big brand or a equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand, it doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, you can buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately, but then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton manufacturer, and with lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is their OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now tying up with all these TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very, very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branding. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So at the beginning of the workshop I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding, because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is an example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand. And that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving, it's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening, you're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage, because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment? So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns, keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You open a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something. These guys are very active. These guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people, because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic, because you cannot keep repeating those things. Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen? Usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So you as a leader, or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say for example, if you open a restaurant, it will run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper uh, surveying capacity, a research based decision.